Senate and the governorship. And the governor doesn't seem to really agree with anybody on what they think should be happening. And the Democratic Party seems to be split, and the Republicans are hamstrung just by sheer numbers. So it's a really interesting kind of year this year, and we're kind of really just bouncing through as we can. The number of bills is extremely reduced. You know, we're seeing probably a tenth of the bills really heard that we normally would hear. And, you know, they're not really hearing many controversial ones in terms of, you know, one of the ones they did hear was that 5114 that would have reopened Washington. And that was pretty early on. I think they learned their lesson on that in terms of there was thousands of people signed in support of it, and they didn't really want to pass it. So they stopped hearing things that they didn't really want to pass. You know, so it kind of puts us on the defensive a lot here. You know, with that, the budget is definitely going to be a fight all the way down to the very end. You know, the House and Senate transportation budget, you know, sometimes they get together and then they don't always match up. And so we're trying to make sure there are some different aspects to that budget that are beneficial to us out in the rural areas, some different ways to raise some money and be able to fund our projects. But in general, it's status quo. Couple of the things in terms of what we're seeing in the legislation right now, there's very little that's coming directly, you know, pointing at direct issues that affect us or don't. What we're seeing is little things that get caught in the back of bills. And something that's going to be, you know, what we see a lot of this year, a great example is something that would be fantastic for a urban center. But then you start thinking about it in terms of rural issues. One example would be Riccelli's bill, the 1110, and that's talking about the compilation of your health board. And we've talked about that one previously. You know, that's very difficult in the rural areas. You know, you also look at some of the public stuff in terms of criminal justice and the criminal justice reform. Specifically, they're looking at, they're still entertaining here, like with 5051, and that's talking about community oversight for your peace officers. And there's a couple bills talking about actually removing tools that your officers have. Now, in a city like, you know, Tacoma, Seattle, Bellingham, Spokane even, not such a huge deal because your backup's right around the corner. You know, you get out into the rural areas and one of your deputies, if they get in trouble, you know, there's not help for 30 minutes, maybe more. You know, your help is going to come from the neighbor that sees what's going on if there is a neighbor, you know. And so removing tools that your officers have, dogs, different, you know, firearms, different things like that, we remove those. And one of the biggest calls, unless things have changed, one of the biggest responses that we have in the rural areas is domestic violence. And they're also one of the most dangerous. And so, you know, just things like that. I mean, we don't want to put our officers into positions where they're going to be at risk of injury, more so than they normally would in the normal course of duty. So there's a lot of those issues coming out right now. You know, like I said, things that work really well on the urban centers that just don't make sense for us. One of those that they're pushing right now, and this will be a big budget issue in terms of how well the governor wants to play with everybody. If he gets some of his carbon initiative stuff, if he gets something on the carbon initiative, then, you know, he'll probably play a little bit better on the other aspects of the budget. But right now, Washington is sitting at number 4 in the nation, 4th highest for the gas tax. If the carbon stuff goes through and we add that 18.5 cents or whatever it'll come out to be, we would definitely be back at number 1, leading the nation in high gas tax. Really a regressive tax on that, again, in the rural centers where you drive, you know, 10 miles a week to get to work and home. You know, it's not that big of an impact, but somebody in your county who drives 30 minutes, an hour to get to work both ways, you know, it's really disproportionate. And so I think that we'll probably see some, you know, obviously some pushback on that, and some stuff like that will really make the legislators step back and go, yeah, I don't know if we should do this. The fiscal notes on a lot of these bills are going to kill them because the state's really short on money. A lot of the windfalls that they predicted last year and the money they spent just isn't there. And so there's a couple of other bills that are impacting, you know, the rural areas here. A lot of them around property taxes, and some of these are relatively new. Representative Voles out of Spokane put his removal of the penalties for late payment on your property tax. That's 1410. He's got that out there. Again, it's the same bill that we've heard almost every year. What we found is over the last year, if people aren't compelled to pay their property taxes, they don't pay their property taxes, and then you guys are short. Another one that really lines up with that seems to continue to move here is 1332. And 1332 talks about deferring property taxes to October. Now, there is an application process and you guys do have to approve that. But the question there arises is, most of your bonds come due in June, July. And so if you don't raise your money till October and you have to pay money in June and July, the state was very generous and set up a loan account for you that you'd be paying interest on, which I'm sure is something that you don't really want to do anyway. So there's those questions like that. It sounds good, but in practice, it really becomes pretty onerous for us and throws a whole nother wrench into, just into your operations there that you're trying to manage your budget on the county level. So the other one that people have been asking about a lot is the 5078, and that's the high capacity magazines bill. It's sitting in rules. It's made it quite a ways through, farther than I really thought it would. But there's federal precedent sitting down in California that I think makes this bill unconstitutional. There is some question about that, in terms of the terms. This bill basically says that you can have them. You can't trade them, you can't sell them, you can't manufacture more, you can't go out with them, but you can have it. So I think that's maybe where they're trying to get around that unconstitutionality and that particular case. So we'll have to see what happens with that one. And, it's a little discouraging that it's moved as far as it has. The other concerns that we've got, and I know that we're talking about this in the legislative steering committee as well, is a lot of these bills that are offering counties additional fiscal flexibility. The question arises as you look at these and you guys consider these and what you want to do with them. From the legislature, how this is viewed is if you take advantage of these fiscal flexibility or some of these fiscal flexibility options, you kind of have to step back from your unfunded mandate conversation. Because then they're saying, well, we've given you the fiscal flexibility to implement the policies. If you take advantage of those, good for you. Now we're going to consider it funded. And so you're kind of cutting the legs out from underneath you on your argument on unfunded mandates. While we need the fiscal flexibility in many cases, that does provide the other side some ammunition and saying, well, you kind of abandoned your position. So it's just something to think about on the local level as you consider any of the fiscal flexibility options. Again, it's kind of like the GMA when it first came in. It looked really appealing. You got a bunch of money. And 30 years later, you're sitting here going like, wow, what did we do? So, something to...
We were a not...
Yeah.
Keep your money.
Keep your money. Yeah. And that's some of what we're looking at with this. And that's some of the considerations that I think you should make on the local level, whether these bills pass or not. The concerns are being raised to the legislators so they know. But, while that is appealing, it's something to consider. So with that, do you guys have any questions for me? Anything you've seen, any bills that are questionable or concerning or whatever?
Okay, I'd ask members, if not first. I had a couple and I left my notes from LSC home on my desk.
Uh-oh.
So I don't have bill numbers, but I had signed in on a couple of them in favor of. One is the extension of the 0.09.
Oh, yes.
Kind of sunset. And I don't know. I didn't get a report. I know that was Jefferson County. Kate Dean was, Commissioner Dean was kind of leading the charge on that too. And I don't know. I know it had a committee hearing that was, I guess, a week, maybe over a week ago. A week ago Monday, I think there was one on that. And I have not heard. I will say, and I haven't really expressed this to Melanie at WASAC, I kind of missed the old format of our bill reports now come in these, either you print them in paper, 4,000 pages, or on the screen. It's great, we have all this information, but it's almost too much. You can't, and there's no rhyme or reason to how they're put together either. So they're not in chronological order. So anyway, that's a discussion for me and WhatsApp, not you. But,
Yeah.
and then also, go ahead.
Well, part of what we see with that one is, you know, you've got a whole bunch of different people putting together information for the similar packet, and you're right, there's no format. It just kind of comes.
Right, and that's why you've noticed, I mean, because I know you're in meetings, and it's like, what page are you on? And you know, when I'm on page 69 of 142, you know, you got a problem.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we needed a little more. So I don't know that one. I don't have the number off the top because I don't, and I'm not going to find it in this pile. If anything's going to happen with that. And then there also was another one, it was a new, I'm not sure who proposed it. It was similar to the 09 where it was, but it was for broadband. It was to add, I think it was 0.04 you use as a credit towards from the state's portion of the tax, sales tax that could be used for broadband. And I don't see that going anywhere because of the fiscal note. You know, the state's not going to want to share any of theirs. So I'm assuming it's dead on arrival. I did sign in support of that. They had the hearing was last Monday.
And that bill, I think they're going to exec it. I think they did exec it. It's sitting in the fiscal committee, and you're right. I think it's going to die for lack of funding.
Right.
So, and the 0.09 money, you know, that we'll see. We are watching that one. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with it. I think there's going to be obviously the fiscal considerations there, and we'll see what. And if
I hope with this is a 30-year program that this is, or 25 anyway. And so it's not like the state's losing money. It's just an extension to allow us to keep doing it. And it's really useful. I mean, we were one of the early adopters of that. And so we are kind of coming, I don't know if we're in 2023 or 2024 where it just goes away without an extension. And maybe the state, again, they view it as their money and want it back even after 25 years and all the great investments we've made with it. But they're very jealous about their money.
Well, and so I think one of the components of that bill, or maybe it was a different one on the 0.09 money, it gave you a little bit of flexibility in the short term to reappropriate some of that money as you needed for different operations within the county. But that might have different bill, or maybe that was in the term on
bill,
that bill.
Flexibility. I think the other one, excuse me, was just just extending the sunset out to like, I don't know, 30 or 2040 or something, because some of the first adopting counties are coming up on their sunset, and we've used that for all kinds of economic development for infrastructure project. We approved one just last week or a couple weeks ago for one of our ports, which that's another discussion but that's with us and that's the state auditors. So okay, and I would agree as far as this year. It feels really hard to be engaged with the legislature in any meaningful way, short of a text with, our local representatives. That's really about the only way I'm having any input into what's going on, as far as it's just so different than how normally would be up in Olympia. You could go meet with members, talk to them, kind of get a sense of where they're at on the, not even your members, but other members would be willing. And so I'm actually kind of supportive if they don't do a lot of big stuff this year, because I just really don't think there is meaningful engagement if you're talking about huge policy changes. this, you know, there's some that this is the year to do it because they don't really have to have that engagement, but I think it's a bad idea.
Well, and Representative Dent was actually pushing just to get what they needed to get done, you know, right now, and then push the session out to late April and come back so that, you know, you could open the doors and windows and people could get in and we could see people. That's not happening. Obviously, Speaker Jenkins wants to be out on time and really isn't compromising on that. So not that I'm complaining by any means, but they've got a lot of work to do. They've got a lot of work to do she's got a lot of work to do to get her own party on board right now so that they can pass anything. So it's a mess up there. It really is, you know, and for us, when we couldn't find somebody or they wouldn't talk to us before, we could partake in our lurking activities and hide in a corner, ambush when they came out of the committee. You know, now they don't want to talk to us. They just don't answer the phone. So it's definitely been difficult in that respect. So, you know, and we all have different relationships with different legislators, you know, and so we're having to work together as lobbyists more to get access to who we need. And it's definitely cumbersome. So, and the legislators are cranky. They've been on the phone like this all day for 15-minute blocks since 6 in the morning. So, you know how it goes. But that's where we are right now. We're coming up on cutoff here in a little more than a week. So next Wednesday is the first cutoff for bills out of their first policy committee. We will have a much, much more clear view after that. Of course, you know, they can pull anything. They just necessary to implement the budget, put that little tag on it, and they can pull anything after that. But we'll get a much more clear view probably next Wednesday, Thursday of what we're really going to be dealing with in the second half of session here. And hopefully, you know, at this point, no news is good news. So the less they deal with, the better off we're going to be.
Right. Okay. Any other comments or questions from? Go ahead.
Doug, can you talk House Bill 1076, the one that authorizes workers and organizations to prosecute their employers for pay and safety violations, and it deputizes private lawyers to act as state attorneys? I heard that made it out of committee. Are you thinking that's going to go all the way through?
So that one right now it did make it out of committee. And so what we're looking at with that one, there's not a fiscal note attached to it. This is, again, another one of those accountability bills. I don't know. This is a big hot button topic. Obviously, since it made it out of committee, we don't have to worry about the fiscal or the cutoff, and it's not going to go to a fiscal committee. I don't know. This one, just looking at the number of sponsors and who's signed on to it, I'm going to tell you it probably has some legs. So, and it came out of committee on a party line vote.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. I guess if not,
All right.
we can let you go on to your next appointment, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your guys' time, and please let me know if you need anything between now and our next talk. Call, email, text anytime. I'll be available, and we'll get you going.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Great.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck with the rest of your
Thank
day.
All right.
Jake, was Dave cutting in and out or getting kind of weird talky there?
Yeah, I was hearing it. What Dave might want to do is call in on his phone if he can call in, and then turn off the computer audio, because that'll be
Right.
difficult to get through all day like that.
Right. That's why I was bringing it up. In other words, your video is kind of glitchy, like you don't have very good internet on your.
Wonder if I should go on the Wi-Fi instead of the, let me try that.
Yeah, if you go on the county Wi-Fi instead of your own phone thing that's attached to the iPod, that might work.
Okay.
Because as we're watching the video, you're jumpy back and forthy.
Protect could just be,
Dave Sauter's network bandwidth is low, is what my screen says.
Don't talk about his mental capacity like that.
Just trying to help a brother out. I did hear that people are signing up for the SpaceLink stuff now without beta testing. So I just heard that earlier, so I got to check into that one.
I have not heard that Starlink has gone non-beta. That's interesting.
That's what our guy out here was saying. So that he got it and he's non-beta, and other people have signed on, but they're not going to receive it until the end of the year. Your video is much better, Dave, so your audio is probably going to follow.
okay, good. I'll try it that way for a while because my cell is not that great in here either. I can't imagine that it's any better. So
Dan, it's saying that Starlink is available to a limited number of users per coverage area at this time. Orders will be fulfilled on a first come, first served basis. Interesting.
So
That
yeah,
is
that's
new.
kind of what they were saying. So if you guys got it, and then other people that jumped on when they told them said probably by summer or fall of 2021, will the next people that just signed on get it? And that's not a beta type of a thing. So I missed the boat on that one, obviously.
Did you fill out with this new one now?
No, I haven't yet because I just heard about it this morning. So I'm signed on with the beta, but obviously didn't get that. So I'll go on to that one later and sign on to it just so I can be at least on the front part of the list.
our video in or
Yes.
But now
The
that
other
I've been talking to the public of it, there'll probably be 3,000 people ahead of me by the time this meeting's over.
We don't seem to be.
Has any of your neighbors got it though out there? You might not have a cell that currently covers you.
I haven't heard of any, but you know, we're all a mile apart, so they don't like us out there. Either does CenturyLink or anybody else.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see how this works with the Public Works zooming in too. Of course, I think they have a pretty nice setup over at Public Works. So I guess we'll find out.
It'll be
I can hear you way
interesting.
better.
It'll be interesting not talking over each other is the hard part.
But we just have to be polite. Let there be, I guess, there could be some polite pauses so that you could make sure, like,
Or more looking at our screen and seeing whose hands up. It's going to be a weird protocol to get this figured out. But more pauses probably is correct.
right. Well, I hope you're not correct, although I suspect you are, that this may continue for a while. So,
I hope I'm wrong too, but
yeah, I don't think you are, but
it seemed pretty crystal clear when I read it. There wasn't a lot of workarounds.
yeah.
I will say not wearing a mask is kind of fun.
That's nice. I mean, that's always been one of the benefits of, when we're at home, where I have Zoom meetings at home for different committees and stuff, is that, yeah, you get to not have a mask.
Read people's facial expressions.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah. I guess when I'm done with them, I'll slide them under your door.
Jake, are you planning on doing these from home as long as we're in this scenario?
I might come up on Thursday. I'm not sure yet.
New email from Public Works, guys.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing.
I was really mentioning it for Dave, not for you. I figured you were on the ball there, Jake.
I saw it. It came up. Although I'm busy signing. Sorry, I haven't got the stone tablet under my door yet. So let's see.
Well, we got about 10 seconds. Gordy's probably running somewhere to get in front of a video screen. He likes running, so.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Gordy.
Good morning.
All
This
right.
is going to be different.
This is going to be different. So here I was thinking you had really state-of-the-art, high-tech video conferencing capacity there in the Public Works building.
Yeah, that's the new building, has all that stuff.
Okay. Well, hopefully by the time we move in there, this capacity. So I don't know that I could live with the idea that come October, November,
Somebody just emailed?
we're still.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that is a sad thought.
Yeah. All right, whenever you're ready, Gordy.
Okay.
We did get your department update
Okay.
emailed over, so we've got that.
Good. Okay. All right. On the consent agenda, we have a couple of items. First one is notice to vendors to advertise for purchasing our liquid asphalt for this summer's chip sealing program with our maintenance crews, and that will be on ad until March 9th is the bid opening. And so I think the next challenge for us is bid openings in this new environment. But we'll work through those details. The next item on your agenda is notice to contractor scheduling a bid opening for the Old Mountain Road project. And that will also be on March 9th. And so we're moving forward with that project. We have a couple payment approvals. The first is pay estimate number 1 and the final. This was the temporary jail intercom system that died, and we had a temporary fix for that until we could get the new control board up and running, which is hopefully just about a week away. So pay estimate number 3 to Justice Systems, and that's for the next one for the control board upgrade, and that's the company that's working on that project. And then we talked about this last week in person, contract change order number 65, and that's for the controls for the card readers that were left out of the new building in our plans, and that's for $61,558.97. And that includes all of the card readers that were left out and the equipment for that. So this completes that piece of the project. Nothing really new on the construction program, just kind of moving the striping contract forward to get a signed contract and bond. Courtney Road, we made progress on one of the right-of-way negotiations, and that should move forward. We still have the 2 outstanding out of the area property owners that we're working with, and I think we're pretty close on those. And then the good news is we did get draft easement from the Forest Service that we'll be bringing to you guys to sign after the prosecutor has a chance to look at it, hopefully next week or the week after. So that one's moving ahead, and it has a path toward completion, which is great. We talked about Old Mountain Road going out to bid this week. STP paving project, after we get plans submitted to WashDOT, then they can approve our construction funding, then that one can get advertised for this summer. That's the paving of Roosevelt Grade Road and West Darland. And then our grant funded projects, we are just kind of in the holding pattern. I think we have probably about 2 weeks is our guesstimate for when WashDOT's going to approve our construction funding, and we can advertise those projects, and that's for the countywide edge lines, guidepost, and sign upgrades. So those projects will be the first ones after Old Mountain to get out the door for construction this year. On the maintenance side, Goldendale and Bickleton, they're doing a lot of brushing. They didn't have the challenges the West End did for the wind that we received this past weekend. And then it looks like we're going to get some snow toward the end of the week and through the weekend and next week. So they'll be working, I'm sure, through that. I think on the west side, in our higher elevations, predicting between 12 and 20 inches of snow they'll see over there. So it's probably the most significant we've seen all year for snow accumulation. So Bickleton's pretty much just mowing. They do have an improvement at the intersection of Gander Road and Bickleton Highway that some of the large trucks, farm trucks and trailers are struggling to make that turn, and so we're making some improvements there. On the west end, like I said, the crew was pretty much out all weekend, and I think I sent you an update on what was going on with the crew over there. But pretty much reacting to weather activities mostly for them this week, whether it's cleaning up trees and debris from the windstorm or reacting to the snow. And the good news, I guess, with the colder temperatures, the roads that were closed last week due to freeze-thaw conditions are now all open. And one of those one of the logging companies actually ended up hauling rock to help bridge over some of the soft spots. So that helped as well. So everybody's hauling again, so that's good news. On the facility, I think the roofers are here this week. I don't know how much they'll get done before we get any kind of weather. Like I said, last week they were out because of COVID, their crew was, which was really a great week, and they needed about 4 good days. I don't think they're going to get it this week. So that may slow down until we get better weather. So we have snow predicted and then some rain, which could cause some localized flooding. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see. Courthouse entry is still on ad. Nothing really new on the control board. They're working through that, and I don't think we've had any issues. Things are coming together well. And then Jeff Hunter is working on the Sadis Pass and the Klickitat upgrade site and the fire hall. Our carpenter continues to work down there this week to button that project up so we can put equipment in that space. One of the things I wanted to bring up for you guys is they had the County Road Administration Board, or we mostly refer to them as CRAB. They have a new training for new commissioners coming in March, and I don't know if they sent you all the notification, but I can send a link if anyone's interested in that training to kind of help understand what CRAB does and the rules and things that we have to abide by to make sure we continue to obtain and receive all of the funding that we do that comes through them, as well as our standards of good practice for how we do business as a road department. You've probably also heard about the tax increases that the legislature is proposing at the Senate level. So the Washington State Association of County Engineers are trying to wrestle with all those proposals, but it's a massive tax increase. And as usual, there's just very little for counties and cities as well out of that. So they have two proposals, and they're both pretty high. One's an $18.2 billion revenue increase, and the other one, which includes a carbon fee proposal, is $19.1 billion. I think I've heard the gas tax they want to raise is 18 cents a gallon, and the carbon's up to, I think, 40 cents. So it's significant. And I think the county engineers around the state are trying to figure out how to respond to this. I think the legislative proposal, and I'll send some information over on these. Our big funding revenues are the gas tax, obviously, our distribution there. And then we get money for preservation of our paved road surfaces through a program that comes through the CRAB board, and that's called CAP. And they're going to ask for, I think, $100 million more for that. Preservation is really important, and the gas tax dollars have not increased significantly, or the property tax. So while we have increased maintenance since I've been here over the last more than a decade by about $1 million, 900,000, just our buying power has shrunk quite a bit due to inflation as well and other cost increases. So that's helpful. If we get an increase there, that'll boost that maintenance program up. And then they're also asking for an increase in the rural arterial program, which is called RAP. And that's how we fund our bigger projects, our reconstruction projects like the Courtney Road project and the Sundale Road project, which is up on our list in the future. And most of our big reconstructions are funded that way. And that's a grant program through the CRAB board. So, so we meet on the 11th as the county engineers, and they want to talk about our thoughts on these legislative proposals to increase taxing. And I don't know what kind of influence we'll have over that. But as far as how it's distributed, ultimately, we may have a say in. So if you have some thoughts you want me to pass along, I can.
Any thoughts, Mr. Christopher?
Gordy, is Dan. I have a question about your gas tax percentage. So is that a set percentage based on what the gas tax is now? Say if we're paying $2.50 a gallon now and you're getting whatever the number is, 0.5%. If it goes to $3 a gallon, are you still getting 0.5% of $3 a gallon, or how does that work?
Yeah, so well, they talk about a percent. Well, we got a percent of the increase, which is if it was 5% of, I don't know. So I think the last one was like, it ended up being like 0.5 cent distributed between the 39 counties. So we don't get more. We just get that percentage of a penny or a percentage of the total distribution or increase to the tax. So, because the reason why the gas may go up is not because of the tax, unless it's the legislature adds that to it.
Okay, so
most of the fluctuation.
My thinking is that if the gas tax goes up, but people actually drive less because fuel costs more, we might actually receive less revenue than we do now. Is that possible, or am I thinking backwards?
Yes, that would be a case where we would receive less, correct.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
And I believe the reality is that it has actually already happened, as far as we might not maybe in total revenue, but gas tax as a share of revenue has been going down for years, because as vehicles get more efficient, gas is more expensive, people use less, there's just less tax revenue. And I'm not sure, Gordy, either of these, and we're wrangling with the same thing as far as at the Wasatch LSC meeting, trying to, thread the needle in that. I don't think across the board, there's very few people that are really in favor of a big, massive tax increase. But we like the discussion about, the understanding that there are unmet needs in the county road programs, and there's some dollars, even though neither of these proposals really does a good job of sharing, but at least it's something, a little something. And so we're struggling with how do we support that piece of it without, supporting the big tax increase. So as far as if you're looking for guidance from us, I don't know what that guidance would be, because we're kind of in the same, I suspect we're in the same thing. If they end up doing it, then I want us to get a fair share of it, even if I don't support it. If they do it, we should get a fair share, and not just the scraps they're throwing to, counties and cities. They're basically doing it to fix their problem, meaning the state, and, culverts and different things, but they don't seem to really be acknowledging that our problems are just as big as theirs. And we don't have the ability to raise gas taxes or do any of that kind of stuff. It really is up to them. So I'll be curious what your engineers folks have to say on this.
Yeah, me too.
Handle it, Gordy. You got it. We trust you.
Yeah, I think the current proposal for counties is really pretty small, and I think what the engineers are trying to lobby for is more. The legislative proposal, I think, gives 80 million to the CRAB board to distribute to all 39 counties. And then there's about 375 million of the 19 billion is all we would receive to share with the cities as well as the 39 counties. So it's really a small increase what's being proposed currently.
Right.
For local.
Okay, is that, I mean, you're at the end of your memo you sent over. Do you have anything else before if we have some questions?
Yeah, I don't know. Jeff, are you on the line? If you're on the line, Jeff may have something to add. I'll just check with him.
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Do you have anything to add?
No, it's the same thing you've just said, pretty much.
Okay.
Jeff, did you reach out to any of those people on the Title 10 Road Standards Committee group?
Yeah, I'm trying to set something up for latter part of February, probably. I haven't actually reached out to them yet, but I will. To the whole group yet.
And Dan, did you get a chance to look over those names on that list?
I did. Gordy, I will throw one more thing up. I'm pretty sure I received an email about that crab board training, but I'm kind of trying to dive through my email right now to see if I can find it, and I didn't find it off the top of my head. So I would be interested in attending that. Knowledge is a good thing. So remind me about it or send me a link or something, and that would be great. Thank you.
Will do.
And I'd be interested as well, Gordy.
Okay. Yeah, I think they do a great job of training, so I'm sure it'd be worthwhile.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend it as far as I've been through it. And then a follow-up. I mean, that was a long time ago. I think Washington was a territory when I took it. So
They talked about wagon wheels.
yeah, they did. It was, yeah, crab board meant something completely different back then. But it is really good to, and to kind of get the basic knowledge of it. So that's good. I did have just a quick question, Gordy. I actually got to observe the West End crew was clearing down trees down in my part of the world yesterday, which they were doing really efficiently. But I did notice that they do this, on a regular basis. The trees, they, if they're of a certain size, they kept the logs, and I noticed that the chunks of logs, and they took them to one of the old rock pits. What do we do with those? Are those, maybe we've talked about this before, the possibility of making those available to folks to cut up for firewood. A lot of this was pine, but there were some oak pieces, which I was kind of surprised that that wind was something if it's knocking oak trees over that have been there for, 200 years or something onto the road. But what do we typically do with those?
Try to get rid of them afterwards. Sometimes we burned them, and I think that the one time you're talking about, we had a very significant amount of logs, and we ground up some of those in a tub grinder. We allowed the public to come into one of our quarries and just have access to getting rid of it for us. Whoever showed up and did that. So we've done a lot of different things, but mostly it's just debris that we're trying to get rid of. Sometimes we'll leave it for the adjacent property owner, and just lots of different things.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if that we were going to have a significant number of material that could be used for firewood because of the storm, then I would certainly be interested in letting folks have that if they wanted to. I guess that'd be a discussion. I mean, I know we've done it before, but we'd have to see about, liability as far as having people in the pit running their own chainsaws and stuff. There's
Right.
a question about that, but
That could get messy.
so, okay, that's, I'm curious.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I don't know how much they got. When I talked to them over the weekend, it was, 20 trees to 25 throughout the west area. So I'm not sure they all went to the same location and whether some of it was just left. But anyway, I'll find out and get back with you next week.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Public Works? I'm not seeing any. All right, thanks, Gordy and Jeff.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I did see our next order of business is going to be a department update, the Natural Resource Economic Development Department. I do see Richard Foster. I don't know if I see Mr. McClure on here yet. Could be on a phone call though, so I'm not sure. So we'll wait, Dave, whenever you're come on the call or
Call in.
Ah,
Thank you.
okay.
I believe Dave just, he's heading on over there right now. You should be there in person.
So, okay.
And it looks like Whitney's on the line as well.
Oh, must be on my.
That's true. I guess if we're not in the commissioner room, he could be in the commissioner room, right?
Yeah.
That's not a public meeting.
He's just now entering. He's on the line.
You want to turn the camera, Lee?
No, he's not in the room.
Oh, okay.
He's connecting to audio.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to take a little getting used to.
Kind of hard to conduct business effectively and thoroughly this way.
Yeah, it is.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. McClure. You must be on my second page.
Yeah,
There. Yes, I see you.
I just scooted across the road there. I thought maybe you would receive one person at a time, but so it's all remote, I guess.
Yeah, it's all remote. We have been given, doesn't seem like much wiggle room in any of it. So, yeah.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready, we're running a little bit ahead, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. So maybe I'll start with the natural resources side of the house. Since we last had a department update, a new natural resources program coordinator has come on board, Whitney Rainier. She's on line with us today, and maybe after I give a brief introduction, she can introduce herself. She grew up in Underwood and attended school in White Salmon. She has a BA in biology and environmental science and is currently living in Hood River. And we're glad that she accepted the offer, and she's been a very busy person coming up to speed. She's now an official zoologist, I think. Whitney, do you want to say anything or?
Sure. Good morning, commissioners. Nice to meet you virtually. Yeah, and I'm happy to be aboard. Jake's been helping me come up to speed, as has Dave, and it's a pleasure to meet you and excited to hit the ground running.
Good. Well, welcome to the county family, and that's a great shop you're moved into over there. It's there's been lots of really great county employees that Dave has found, and we're sure he's done it again in you. So welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So right now we've got, as I indicated, Whitney's been doing a lot of Zoom meetings. That's the world we live in now, which is good. It's convenient to be able to start connecting with the network, particularly in the salmon habitat recovery world. We're coming into the salmon recovery board process. That's where we provide a review of projects that are proposed for grant funding through the State Salmon Recovery Board. She's already gotten out there and advertised, done requisite advertising for this round of funding, and has put together a tentative schedule. So far, it's looking good, and hopefully it will hold. We do have some appointments that we need to attend to in this process. It involves two committees, one of which is a citizen review committee. That is under statutes to have a balance of interests on it. There are some that are specifically identified that need to participate. So we have two vacancies or two appointments to make, one of which will likely be a reappointment. It's for a group that needs to be represented on that, and that's the Regional Fisheries Enhancement Group, and one of their board members has been representing them for years now, so that's likely going to be a reappointment. The other vacancy we have is could be a reappointment. I don't think we've got final word yet as to whether or not they will accept another term on the committee. They've represented either timber. I can't recall exactly whether it's timber or the stakeholders group that the county has. The other committee is a technical committee. These are fisheries and natural science folks that are working in the watersheds, our watersheds for salmon recovery. And we've got 6 of those members that need reappointment. So we've got a bit of a schedule here. I think the first meeting on the Citizens Committee is in mid-March, and the technical committee's first meeting is the 4th of March. So we need to get those addressed. Whitney is also looking at our well monitoring program. Commissioner Christensen, if you're not familiar with that, the county monitors a network about 160, 170 wells around the county to try to identify early on where we might be mining groundwater. There's an unsustainable condition approaching. We've got a couple of areas that we're watching closely, and one of which we're encouraging folks to go to a deeper aquifer because the upper aquifer is depleting.
Can you tell me where those are, or should I talk to you later about that?
Well, one of them's come up quite often. There's about a 1,000-acre area, roughly, in the High Prairie area, approximately where Struck Road intersects with the Lisle Centerville Highway.
Okay.
And we've been working with that community for years on this, and I don't think there's anyone proposed to do any building in there. It's been pretty quiet. Commissioner Anderson has been doing the monitoring for the last several years, so he's familiar. I believe the water levels are still declining some, so we have to watch that area closely. The other one is sort of northwest of Goldendale, and it's an area where it's challenging to get adequate adequate water. We do have, while it's not in the monitoring network, we do have an area on the far east of the county where groundwater is being mined, and it's at significant levels. It's we're at about a foot a year, and it's been a long time. But these are deep wells that are used for irrigation, and we've been working to try to find some source exchange or something to do to try to address that problem in a long term. At some point, the pain will be such that it'll start affecting the agricultural development in the area, and there's a lot of it. Okay. Let's see. Last year, we're working on a project to look at potential water storage sites in the Simcoe Mountains. There are a couple of streams that we're monitoring the flow to try to get an idea of how much water could be made available if we build storage up there. So this is sort of an exploratory project. It was put on hold in 2020 due to COVID, so that will be picking back up. We are working on another large storage project just south of Kennewick. Now, both our salmon recovery and some of our watershed planning programs extend like from the white salmon all the way to Kennewick, and we're the lead agency on that watershed planning effort. So we're the lead on this project to look at a 44,000 acre foot off-channel storage there just above McNary Dam in a canyon. That project was, like everything else, was slowed down last year. We're working on getting a grant amendment to add some more funding to that. And that should be coming in the not too distant future. I think this round we'll probably get about 120,000 more. We're working on an environmental impact statement, and that's a large effort. And then I think the ecology's got us in the queue in the governor's budget. I believe it's around another $250,000, something on that order, but we won't know until this session passes. Right now, we know we've received scoping comments on the project, and so a lot of these cost increases are related directly to the comments that were received and needing additional work to provide the data that are necessary to address the comments in the environmental impact statement. Let's see. One other thing I want to mention is the Water Conservancy Board. When Commissioner Anderson resigned from the board, that created a vacancy for the alternate position. So we need to fill that. Ecology, the alternate person that fills this would need to complete 32 hours of training in water law, etc. That's sponsored by the Department of Ecology. That occurs once a year, and it's scheduled to happen the end of this month. I don't know if we'll make it. We're fortunate in that we have a 5-member board, and all of those seats are filled. We have 2 alternates, and that was Commissioner Anderson and myself. And we were mostly there to fill in if there was a shortage of commissioners where we needed an additional body to make the quorum and get things acted on. So we need to fill that vacant position. We have not been appointing those by like commissioner district or anything like that, but what we have done historically is to take a look at the geographic distribution of the appointees so that when we do a water right change or working on one, then that location of that change is convenient to at least one of the commissioners, because we need to do a site visit and inspect the water project as part of the process. So we've got a couple of appointees on the east end. We have one in Lyle, and we have a a couple in the White Salmon Basin area. I would suggest that ideally if we could find someone in the Goldendale area, that would be great. So we can cover that. JP Enderby was a longtime member of that board, and so he sort of held down the middle, if you will. So that's coming up, just to alert you. And I think that's pretty much my summary on natural resources, unless you've got questions there.
Any questions for Dave?
Not for me. Thank you, Dave.
All right, so I'll move on to the economic development side of the house. There's been, I think a bit of activity in the Dallsport area, so we'll sort of start there. And maybe Richard Foster's on the line, and he's been working on securing a federal EDA grant for some infrastructure and buildings at the airport. And Richard, can you update the board as to where we are on that?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So we just recently received our third official notice of carry forward letter. So basically, it's not a denial of the project, but it's basically a RFI, request for information. The RFIs that they had sent out on this most previous one, as well as some, they proposed a few changes to the scope of the project to make it smaller. It is a little bit concerning as far as where they kind of want to put the new hangar out there at the airport. But I have a discussion tomorrow with the federal EDA as well as a number of the parties that are involved to try and hash it out. I do think that with the stuff that they've got with this most recent request for, their most recent RFIs, it sounds like if we're able to kind of come to an agreement that we're going to be able to move forward in that regard. So I do find this most recent one promising, but we do have a few things that need to be hashed out. So it's nothing set in stone, and we're still hopeful with it.
Richard, could you elaborate on that, or do you not want to, as far as, how significant of a change? Have they really scaled the project as far as or at least what they want the project to be? Or as you mentioned, location, is it just putting it in a different spot on the airport?
Yeah, so the breakdown of it, what we really wanted from the county side was to get the infrastructure in there, if you might recall. And it wasn't so much the building, it was the infrastructure, so we could open up phase 2 of the airport, which had been planned, however many years ago. But the infrastructure, from my understanding, was a good chunk of the $3.5 million project. And so instead of placing the hangar out there by the Life Flight building, which is what we wanted to do to consolidate everything, as well as open up the additional 9 lots out there at the airport that we could utilize for additional space for development, they want to put it really much closer to the end of the road. And so there's a few different lots that they're looking at that we're going to have to discuss if they decide to go that route. And I've spoken to our public works. It's going to be an ongoing discussion with kind of all parties, because if they move it closer, then the amount of dollars spent will be less. And so I would also suspect our 80-20 ratio would also decrease as well. If you remember we put up some of the grant match on that. I would also suspect that would be reduced substantially as well. But as far as for us, the developmental opportunities, it would just limit us. So I'm still pushing for us to locate it where it was originally, but that's going to be a compromise, I would suspect.
Richard, some clarification. You said the 80-20 ratio would decrease. I think you meant the dollar amount would decrease. The ratio, would that not remain the same?
Or, yes, I apologize for misspeaking. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, so the 80-20 is still going to be there, but our commitment would decrease. So because of the overall dollar amount. But that's another discussion that I'm going to have with them, just to make sure that it's very clear, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think one of the good things with regard to this request for information, that the building that's going to be built, part of it will be occupied by Columbia Gorge Community College to have the shop, if you will, for an aviation maintenance program. And the other half of the building was to be occupied by a private business. Richard and I have been, and the community college have been in communication with a business that's not from the gorge, but is in the aerospace/drone industry. They are wanting to take the second half of the building, and to some extent, probably significant extent, their ability to do that was contingent upon them being awarded a contract by the Air Force, and they've been notified that they have won that contract, and it should be in place in a few months. So that's good news on that. Both for the jobs. I think 45 jobs, Richard, is that the number I recall? Is that correct?
How many did you say? I missed that. I'm sorry.
45?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, good. That's great news. But of course, we got half of the building that we're still haggling with them over. Okay.
Okay. I think continuing with the Dowsport thing, as you're aware, the Economic Development Authority Board met last month. The Port of Klickitat gave a presentation on the new business park they're working on in Dowsport, at their properties in Dowsport, and a building they're working on, and maybe Richard's been working more hand in glove with the port on this project, so I'll turn it back to Richard here, so to update you where we are on that.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, so we are currently in the midst of working with the Port of Klickitat on the agreement and everything for the .09 request. As you gentlemen may be aware, it has successfully passed through the Klickitat County Public Economic Development Authority Board. And so we're just, now that I just came off vacation this week, and next week I'll be putting together everything that's going to be in line with the .09 request. And then, yeah, just moving forward with the port and building I believe it's building, the way they have it down is building 151C, which is about 5,000 square feet of space.
All right. And as a reminder, the .09 or distressed county tax is revenue that the county receives out of the state's portion of the sales tax, and it's to be used for economic development projects. The board consults with EDA board and the three mayors that sit on that on the expenditures. So what the EDA did last month was formulate a recommendation for this project to the county commissioners, which ultimately makes the decision on funding or not funding. And in support of that, and we'll get some more, Richard's going to be busy here today. We needed to, the county has an economic development strategy that you've adopted. It was developed by the Economic Development Authority and then recommended to the county commissioners, which adopted it. Appendix 4 to that strategy is a project list. and the .09 or distressed county funds are controlled by statute. And the projects to utilize those funds for public economic development facility, it needs to be on that list. So that the EDA board considered amendments to the list to include this port project and 3 projects that Klickitat Valley Health has that they want to pursue grant funding for. So Richard will be working on that amendment, and it's been adopted. That amendment's been adopted by the EDA board. So we'll bring it to you and see if you want to officially adopt it to the strategy that the county has.
Okay. Dave or Richard, when would you anticipate doing that as far as bringing it forward so we can take some kind of formal action on that? I'm assuming that needs to be done because the list has to be updated before we do the project for the port, definitely, and then the other ones as well.
So that would be done in the next couple weeks. I'll be working with the port on developing the contracts with them too. So yeah, I would suspect the resolution will be in shortly. It's not that difficult to put in for you guys. So the big thing is going to be that with the port is making sure that they're tracking on all the requirements and how we work. So.
Do you know, I don't know, I don't want to beat this dead horse, but I know there's been some discussion at least with WASAC at the state level with the use of $9 to ports, and the state auditor's office has raised concerns that they potentially are not an eligible entity to receive the $0.09. Do you know anything about that? And are we, is this a similar situation, or could be a similar situation?
I think that question came up with a project in Benton County, if I'm not mistaken. And I took a look, and I'm just not seeing anything on it really. So I don't know that I have any further clarification. There's just, and I don't know the particulars of the project that was done in Benton County. So I'm just not.
Okay.
I'm not clear. We have historically funded. I mean, it's been, the port has been a major recipient over the years of this. So it may be how they awarded the project. For example, did they just do it and not consult with the associate development organization, which is like the EDA or the cities? I don't know if they dotted all their I's and crossed their T's on that. So we'll continue to look at that.
Okay. Yeah, because that's my, my observation is we have done lots of these projects with the port over the years, and if the prohibition was on ports in general, then that would have a pretty major impact across the state, because we're not alone in that. I mean, these have been done all over the state. So I'm assuming it had something to do with that specific project with that specific port. So okay.
And if I recall correctly, that the ports are mentioned in the statute somewhere, but I'd have to go back and it's been a few weeks. I remember when that first popped on the radar here. It's been several months ago, and I took a look. So I will drill down into that and I think consult with the prosecutor's office and probably the auditor, make sure we're straight.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Commissioner Christopher. I'd like to make sure we check with the prosecutor on that too.
All right.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay. Let's see, continuing on in Dallasport, wow, it's been at least 25 years, I think, that there's been and I think it goes even back to into the 80s that a golf course was proposed down there on some property adjacent on the airport and adjacent to the airport, and that's evolved. And then there was some housing development associated with that. That has gone dormant for a year or better, but we've been contacted by the landowner, and they're interested in seeing what they can do there. These are the heirs of the landowners that were originally involved. So they have families evidently designated a point person for them to try to see what can be done. He lives on the East Coast now, and will be in town on the 22nd and 23rd of this month. It's a Monday and Tuesday, and I think I want to try to arrange maybe some meetings. Perhaps I am thinking Commissioner Anderson, because you're on the airport board and there's some airport involvement in this. Some of it would be on their land. And then Commissioner Sauter, that's your district. Commissioner Christopher, these would need to be separate meetings because of quorum concerns. But, Commissioner Christopher, if you want me to schedule you a time as well, I could.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Oh, and I think back to the ports project there. Richard's been working on a business retention expansion project, another aerospace company. They are looking to move into that building. I think they employ 6 now. And similar to the other company that's taking the building, we'll be looking at siting in the co-locating with the community college there in that hangar. They are waiting. This particular company is waiting on a contract. We should hear pretty soon on that. So the port, I believe, has a tenant that's ready to go for that project. Mayor Cannon reached out. It was the day the Economic Development Authority met regarding needing to replace a life pack for the fire department. Richard sent him the same day an application for community development funds. He didn't get back with the application, so we didn't discuss it at the Economic Development Authority meeting. I've since heard from Mayor Cannon, and I'm not clear at this point if he will be submitting an application for some funding to pay for part of that life pack. But he did bring up a ladder truck. I think the city has brought this to the board previously, so we will, just a second, excuse me. I'm getting a call from Las Vegas. I've probably gotten my social security number stolen again. So I think there's interest on the part of the city in discussing that fire truck again. And I was not involved in any of those discussions. So just an FYI there.
I know they, at least the council members are interested in the county's help on that life pack. So keep following up on that for me, will you please?
Yes. Okay. On sort of the workforce development front, Richard's working with one of our aerospace companies to try to secure some funding for incumbent worker training. We've worked with them before. We need to get additional businesses because the dollars won't go to one company, it needs to be more broadly open because there'll be state dollars, but he's working on that. It's good to see that they're seeking incumbent worker training, so that in this day and time. On business retention front, bill's working its way through the legislature on how to expend the federal funding that's anticipated related to coronavirus. Currently, that bill's earmarked $240 million for additional small business emergency grants. This is changing, and we don't have a final word from the Department of Commerce, which would administer that money, as to how they're going to get that out, but it's looking very much like it will go through a single application portal like they did for the Working Washington 3 grants, and our involvement might be in the public, make sure the public's aware, businesses are aware of the funding's available, and then providing assistance as might be needed to apply for the funding, but more to come on that. It would be helpful, from my perspective, that method of using the portal, it has a distinct advantage in that they have been able to just give the funding as a block grant, if you will, to the business, contingent on attesting to a few things, and not requiring a cost reimbursement process to get the dollars, which was extremely painful during previous rounds of funding. So more to come on that, and that's being fast-tracked from what it looks like, that bill. Other sort of rounding out for the day, buildable lands inventory, that project was put on hold. I give the contractor a stop work order last year because we just didn't have the bandwidth to work on it here in my office with the small business grants. We're picking that back up. We will need a contract amendment because that contract ended at the end of 2020. Right now, I think the balance in the budget's about $11,000. We are reviewing draft work product on it, and contingent upon the condition of that, we should have enough money, but I want to be sure before I get that contract amendment to you that we don't have additional work that needs to be done. I know one thing that we want them to do is to go back and re-interview the port of Klickitat now that they have a new executive director, make sure that what's in there for port properties, related to port properties, is consistent with where the port is at this point. I think that's most of it.
Can I chime in for one last thing, boss man?
Sure.
So just every 5 years, McKed, the Mid-Columbia Economic Development District that covers three counties in the Columbia River on the Oregon side, and as well as us in Skamania County. Every 5 years, they go through a comprehensive economic development strategy just process to update everything. So once the .09 or once the countywide project list has been approved, we have a smaller list that we'll send up to McKed, but in the meantime, they're going through the whole process of re-strategizing a lot of their stuff. So that's actually going to be occurring today. I'm on the steering committee for that, and that's probably going to take a few months for them to go through the whole process, but it's out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for remembering that, Richard.
Okay, I did have one, I guess, up question. Since I'm now serving on the McKed board, I don't know if you were aware, but there were, I guess last fall, in the federal appropriation, the budget that was adopted, they they did appropriate, so it was the 2 million, which is the last 2 million, $10 million commitment when the National Scenic Area Act was passed for economic development dollars. The 2 million was appropriated, and we have been, I guess, negotiating, I guess would be the term I would use. We have not been eligible for those dollars in Klickitat County. For these would be for grants, or they're typically for loans for business development in the scenic area, because there was a determination made in the past that until the county adopted the ordinances and administered them itself, it was ineligible for the economic development program. That's not been our position. Our position has been the Scenic Act ordinances are enforced. They are it's just not us doing them. The relevance, though, is that when this appropriation was done, they specifically did not put that language in the appropriation language. And so it now appears, and USDA has agreed that this $2 million that's coming to the gorge for programs, Klickitat County will be eligible to participate in that. And so, so thanks to our federal delegation and other folks that we were successful. MCED board did vote to do that or make it available, half in Oregon, half in Washington. So there will be a $1 million on our side. I will say Skamania EDC is not really thrilled with this, because for the past 30 years, basically Skamania has been the only player in this, because we're out of it. Clark County only has about 6,000 acres that's in the scenic area. And so very, very few potential businesses in Clark County that's eligible. In fact, Skamania EDC, I think, has been administering it for the Washington side. And so I'm curious if you've heard anything about this, know anything about it. You know, the dollars have not been released yet. MCED will have to make the application to be the pass-through, but the plan at this point would be half will be administered through the Oregon Investment Board on the Oregon side, and it would go to the Washington Investment Board on the Washington side.
Right. No, I had not been tracking that. I was operating under the assumption that, you know, if that gets, it would be subject to the same control regarding Klickitat County as previously. So I have not been tracking that. Yeah. And as you indicated,
dollars that will be, so that's a big deal. And I think we need to be aggressive in that, you know, of the 8 million, 4 million of that has been on the Washington side, and 4 million of it has basically gone to businesses in Skamania County, which is good. I mean, I don't have any issue with that. I feel like it's time for us to get a share of those dollars. And so I want to aggressively market that to our businesses that may have some projects out there that they're able to apply for these dollars, and understanding that Skamania EDC is not real happy about this.
As you indicated, they have been administering the Washington side of it. So I don't, maybe we can talk offline whether MCED's thinking they're going to administer part of it that's available here, but I have a couple of questions, but and mentioning Skamania EDC, their Economic Development Council, as you may recall, we're working with them to get a Small Business Development Center advisor stationed in the two counties and split time between the two. We are waiting on a draft of a contract from Washington State University to move that forward. We do need to work out some sort of a memorandum of understanding with Skamania County and their Economic Development Council regarding, you know, that division of time and how that's going to work. But we're still waiting on that. However, I've been reaching out to the Washington Small Business Development Council for support. For example, last week I met with a small business owner here in the Goldendale area that was kind of hitting the wall, and contacted the SBDC, and they immediately assigned an advisor. And as you know, as of yesterday, they're in communication with these people and trying to get them assistance. They've already applied for a PPP loan, but make sure that is all in order, and then look at the EIDL loan and some other things that might be available, as well as some general consulting services. So they are responding to our requests for help where we find they could be helpful. So we're looking forward to having someone here full time in the 2 counties.
Good, thanks, Dave. Oh, one thing back on the scenic area grant loan program. I think there's still some discussion too, that there might even be enough leeway that it would be eligible for anybody in the entire county, not just within the scenic area. So we could, that's been my position. I've been trying to, that economic development activity takes place, doesn't stop at a border of a scenic area, and that if we potentially, so folks in Goldendale or anywhere, but I don't know that again, we have no history with this fund because we've been shut out of it for 30 years. So we're going to have to learn in a hurry, I think.
It'll be interesting to see. I have not looked at how that operates, again, because we haven't qualified. MCED does operate some other pots of money that are available for loans to businesses, and businesses in Goldendale and elsewhere in the county have accessed loans through that, but it's sort of almost like a lender of last resort, and that their rates are up there, and you need to be declined by a bank to be able to get those loans. So I don't know if this new scenic area money will be, again, a little bit above market rate, and in the time of COVID, those could be scary dollars for a business.
Okay.
Good news, we're being considered.
Yeah, good news to be that. I don't know if that was, oversight, or we were kind of working the language. So, because which leads me to believe there's always been some discretion that they chose to not do it that. But that's a personal thought. Questions for Dave? Go ahead.
No, questions, not questions for Dave, but comments that possible change is very good news, encouraging news. Can't wait to hear more about it.
I had some discussions with Tammy with Skamania County EDC about that before, and that was before we'd heard that the numbers were going to change and that we would be eligible. The question I think we're going to need is, Skamania County's been administering this and managing this. I think that the EDC is going to be willing to continue to manage that. If they want, we want, rather than recreating the wheel, we could let them house those dollars, and then we could have a say in what happens in Klickitat County with our portion. It might be the easier action than trying to create our own new wheelhouse just to manage $500,000. So that's something that we'll probably want to discuss in the future when we get a little bit more down that road. Dave, I have, when we talked about Dallsport and that triangle piece of property, somebody reached out to me about that and potential for the RFP. They were wondering when would that happen, and because they're looking at it because that's part of the opportunity zone. So they're looking at that as being an opportunity zone investment. That kind of piqued my interest because I didn't think we'd had actually many opportunity zone movement within the county or people that are interested in it. So hopefully in the near future, we can get that run down to find out what we can and cannot do with that property. and in how that could work.
Yeah, I have not met with Gordy yet about that, and you know, I'm not knowledgeable about how the county has to, what hurdles we need to jump through to dispose of that property or enter into a public-private partnership or something. So I think we got some legwork to do on that. And as you're aware, there's also some potential activity down at the Klickitat mill, that there's a property owner down there that's interested in moving forward, and there's some discussions happening among the parties that are interested in that property and potential projects. So we need to check on both of those. And you mentioned the Klickitat mill previously.
I wasn't going to bring it up this time. Hopefully we can get a meeting with that set up soon.
All right.
Okay, anything else for these fine folks before we send them on their way?
No, I think we're keeping them pretty busy.
Yeah, that's good. That's Economic Development Department. That's a good thing. That's what you want.
Kind of, except for he's gonna come in wanting some more staff here real soon, so.
That's, yeah. All right, well, if we don't have anything else, do we have any other, that's the end of our morning agenda.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, I guess let's go ahead and we can break for lunch a little early, but I got some stuff to look over here, so. All right, well, if I don't hear otherwise, we will adjourn the morning session. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. So see all you folks then. To order, let the record show that all three commissioners are present virtually in the meeting. I would recommend that we dispense with the Pledge of Allegiance until we're back together in chambers together. It would be a little difficult to do, I think, remotely.
I'll concur with that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the business agenda with the changes of removing adult probation at 1:30, and we'll be adding a discussion with Riverfront Park properties.
Okay.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda with the so mentioned changes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Brings us to,
I know we had meeting minutes. We had 2 of them that were submitted. Did you guys get to read over those?
yeah,
I did.
I don't have the dates in front of me, so if you do, you can go, or I can look at my emails and pull them up.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the minutes from January 19th, 2021 as submitted.
okay. Do I have a second on that?
You do, but I thought we had the one from last month as well.
That is that one, January 19th.
Okay. So we're not doing the second that was put out, I think, this morning? All right, we'll do the 19th and move on from there. I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve the January 19th meeting minutes as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the minutes from February 2nd, 2021 as submitted.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the February 2nd meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none or seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, that brings us to citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 7 minutes per individual. So if there's anybody on the Zoom meeting or on your phone that wishes to address the Board of Commissioners, this is your time. Please give your name. If you can raise a hand, if you can, if you're on the Zoom platform, we can look for that. Or if you're on the phone, if you just unmute yourself, I need your name and your where you live, just for the record.
My name is Debbie Wagner. I'm part of CEAS. I just have a few issues to talk about solar.
Okay.
My address is 303 Fish Hatchery Road. We have approximately 1/2 of the year of sunshine. I don't know how these solar companies can come in here and be successful. They will not. We also, our state is 5th on the list for the worst place for solar. It's under the SEIA on the internet. It's out there. Takes 2 seconds to look it up. Could you possibly put solar where the old aluminum plant was? This would not create as much of a problem for all our homeowners. We have kids on our street. Excuse me. One last comment. Please do not desecrate our farmland. As the ordinance are set right now, we have no protection as citizens and could be killed. Please, Mr. Souter and Mr. Anderson, get behind your citizens. Now is the time. We know Dan is behind our cause of peace group. If for 30 seconds, Mr. Souter and Mr. Anderson, if you could please close your eyes and envision what our properties would look like if the batteries proposed explode. Right now, there's supposed to be 2 acres of batteries behind our homes. I know what it would look like. No more citizens, lots of glass. I'm sorry. No more homes in the area. I ask you, Mr. Souter and Mr. Anderson, could you take viewing the devastation that would occur? Have a nice day. I'm done.
Thank you, Miss Wagner. Okay, we're in citizen comment. Other citizens wish to address the board on any topic. I'm not seeing any raised hands in the chat. Okay. Well, we will be in citizen comment until 1:30. So if anybody that are joining late or changing, please unmute yourself and give us your name and where you live.
Hello, my name is Greg Wagner.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to go. Mr. Wagner, can you defer to the other person?
Sure, I can. No problem.
Thank you.
Russ?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Russ Hansen at number 10 Tucker Hill Road in Goldendale. And just 2 points I'd like to bring up. There are points that you guys have actually discussed prior. Number one is the appeal fee for these projects, large projects like wind and solar that was brought up last week. And I just really encourage you guys to revisit that and, make that something that's more equitable for those of us that live in this community and don't have to come up with $4,000, and maybe raise the application fee on these multi-billion-dollar companies. That would be something that would be easy to do and would help out. The other thing is, you'd mentioned before about the 1,500-foot minimum setback. Looking at Cypress Creek's planned, they're allowing 500 feet, which in my case doesn't even go to my property line, because where the house is, it's over 800 feet. So they're actually allowed to come right up to my property line on 3 sides. 1,500 feet, this is what you give for wind turbines. So I think it's only fair that we at least get that much for solar. And so those are the 2 issues I wish that you guys would readdress and, make a decision on those. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Wagner, you had. We're gonna.
Hello, my name's Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery. I'm a member of CEAS. For 4 months, CEAS has been informing you about the hazards and dangers of industrial scale solar farm. CEAS has asked for a moratorium on December 4th to update the ordinance to address our concerns. It was not enacted. The commissioners know they need updating, but refused to do so. On January 5th, Commissioner Christopher made a moratorium motion only to have Anderson and Sauter vote against it. Anderson states a moratorium is bad for our county, and Sauter is concerned on the tough ordinances will just scare away the solar companies and the tax revenue. Neither reason sounds like they are concerned about the citizens. On January 14th, during the closed solar workshop, Mr. Sauter allowed Brian Walsh from Avangrid Solar Corporation representative to speak and did not give any citizens equal time to speak. All our microphones were muted. This shows that Mr. Sauter favors the solar companies over the citizens. On February 2nd, commissioners meeting, Mr. Christopher brought up reviewing the EOZ and the need for solar changes, but both Mr. Anderson and Mr. Sauter just sat there and looked at him, saying nothing. Again, shows they do not care. CEAS has obtained the Cypress Creek Renewable Solar Plan, which will be built west of town. It has 2 acres of lithium-ion battery storage buildings, which have the explosive potential of many tons of TNT, which will injure and kill our citizens. If the commissioners allow this to be built, shows they just do not care about the citizens, and we are sacrificial. If they live next to this, they would care. This means you, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Sauter. We pay you, and we want you to be proactive, not reactive. We demand that you not allow this solar plan of Cypress Creek to happen. Thank you very much.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Wagner, if you're still on there, I would just follow up. You say you have attained the plan. I would be curious about that since I'm not aware of a plan and I have not seen a plan. I was curious where you got it, that because there has been no project submitted at this point.
It's a pre-submission plan dated 11/12 of 21, and it tells what they plan to do here, along with the parcel numbers. It's a 14-page document with the Cypress Creek Renewable letterhead on it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wagner, can you give that date again? I think you said 11/12 of 21.
Yeah, you need to say 11/12/20.
I'm sorry, 11/12/20.
Okay.
Thank you for your clarification, sir.
But that information, the whole document's printed out, all 14 pages came out clearly except that date. It was cut in half, so it's hard to read.
Okay. We are still in citizen comment until 1:30. So any citizens on any topic, unmute yourself or raise your hand if you are in the Zoom format. I do see a raised hand from Mr. I'm assuming it's Dave Barta. Go ahead and unmute yourself. And
thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you taking time to listen today. I guess I have a question. Maybe it's for you, Commissioner Sauter, first. And that really is, as you know, the final environmental impact statement is now 17 years old, just about, will be shortly. Do you think, in your opinion, do you think that final environmental impact statement anticipated the placement of 2 acres of storage batteries on any project? Or do you know if the wind generation stores electricity using large batteries? Do you know?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. If I'm speculating, I would say, 17 years ago, it's battery technology 17 years ago is not what it is today. And so I guess I would let you draw your own conclusions from that.
Okay, thank you. At a recent meeting, I guess let me back up a second. I guess perhaps I don't know of any wind-related batteries, but there's a lot of things that I don't know. The current map that Mr. Wagner addressed shows this 2-acre facility a little bit, I'll call it west-northwest of the BPA station. And that's in a pre-planning map that has been submitted. I would just encourage the commissioners to investigate that closely. At a recent meeting, and I think it was the solar workshop, forgive me if I'm wrong, the commissioners discussed perhaps engaging a citizens advisory committee, and I think they used a term something like the Natural Resources Advisory Committee. Has any progress been made on that to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, is that anything the commissioners continue to consider?
I would say that is something this commissioner continues to consider. I don't think the board has had a discussion on it.
Okay, thank you I appreciate you considering my questions. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand raised, looks like Deacon.
Yes, Commissioner. Deacon Letnich with Laborers Local 335 in Vancouver. I wanted to take a moment to encourage this commission to continue to consider the possibility of the solar project and also the upcoming battery pump storage project. I'm hearing the citizens of Klickitat County raise concerns about explosions and other issues with the project, and I think that they are likely valid, and I don't mean to discount or discredit them in any way, but I would just like to let it be known that on behalf of the over 500 working men and women that would benefit greatly in Klickitat County and from our membership standpoint, we would encourage you to continue considering moving forward with these projects, and would like to support you however possible. And if Commissioner Christopher has a question, I would be more than happy to attempt to answer it, unless he was signaling somebody off camera.
That was a question. I'm glad you saw it.
All right.
I had a question on your address. If I remember right, you're Vancouver. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I do live in Vancouver, and our office is in Vancouver, but we have, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I could guess a fair amount of members that live in Skamania, Klickitat County, and work in that area when possible.
Right. Nope, just wanted clarification. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, my pleasure. If there's nothing else, that was the gist of it. We're here to encourage and support the project, but we're also very cognizant of the concerns of the citizens. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment until 1:30. So if there are other citizens that wish to.
Elaine has her hand up.
Okay, Elaine, I must be on my next screen over.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Elaine, I live at 435 Hill Road. And so I have a question in regards to the water pump storage. Because I just read an article online where the Cypress Creek Renewables are now associated with that project. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know for sure.
Well, there's an article. It's Associated Press article. Anyways, they're associated now. They're a part, or they've all been all along a part of the water pump storage project. And also, it says Cypress Creek Renewables closed a $200 million financing deal as a holding company for the water pump storage. And anyways, this Cypress Creek is also associated with the solar project at night. Is that right?
That was, again, not to my knowledge, but that's what Mr. Wagner said. There was at least, or I'm trying to look back through my notes as far as that there was a pre-submission plan, apparently. So
Yeah.
But according to this news article that you're reading in the 200 million, the pump storage project, if it's my recollection, is a $2 billion project, much more than 200 million. So I will have to look into that article to know.
Yeah, I can forward you guys the article. They're also part of the Klamath Falls water pump storage project. And my question is, the water pump storage project, is it even included in the wind farm EOZ? Is the EOZ, did it foresee, did it encompass this water pump storage and the impacts that pump storage is going to have?
I couldn't say, but my inclination would be to say no as far as specifically, because at least my involvement with the pump storage project came after the adoption of the overlay zone. So I don't know.
I believe he's correct there, but I'm not positive. I'm looking now, but
I mean, there may have been some consideration of pump storage as far as in the EOZ, but probably not this, necessarily this specific project.
I would agree.
This is a big issue, and this is Klickitat County. This is Yakima Nation ceded lands. We have cultural resources. We have a lot of interest in this land. This is ceded by Yakima Nation, and we have rights here. And the water pump storage is a sacred site to the Yakima Nation. And when the EOZ does not pertain anything for water pump storage and solar, those are impacts to our cultural resources. Those are impacts to the environment. Those are impacts, to everything. And Klickitat County shouldn't be pursuing all these $1 million projects when they don't have any ordinances in place, especially to protect residents. There's a lot of residents that will be impacted by these projects. And, the water pump storage should be included in the EOZ. That's a multi-billion-dollar project. And it's going to have grave impacts to the wildlife, to everything in that whole area. And possibly to the fish in the Columbia, because who knows how much the water is going to evaporate, and they're going to keep pumping from the Columbia. In 2015, we had a big fish kill in the Columbia River of sockeye salmon and sturgeon, a big fish kill. Thousands of fish died. It's in every newspaper. So these projects have potential to impact the environment, the water, residents, public safety. And, it's just, disheartening that you guys are pursuing all these projects and not considering the local impacts to the county, to the residents, to the environment. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Although I do want to set the record straight, as I think folks are misunderstanding. Just because something was or was not considered in the EOZ, that does not mean that any of these projects, that there are not environmental standards, that there are not processes that they go through that do consider all of the impacts at local, to wildlife, to water resources, to all of those things. And so whether it's solar, pump storage, wind projects, whatever it is. And so I don't want to have a narrative that is incorrect, that it's like, oh, well, if it's not in there, that means, oh, you can just do anything that you want. Absolutely not. It's actually the opposite, as far as that there are high levels of environmental review. The pump storage project, as is it's in the process. I mean, it's just beginning a process right now. There will be extensive consultation with tribal folks that they will have to be, as far as about cultural resources and also wildlife and water. And with that, I will recognize Commissioner Christopher had either a question or a comment.
I did. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. So let's say pump storage is in the EOZ and they had a environmental impact, whatever, 19 years ago. But again, echoing Commissioner Sauter, it is going through the Department of Ecology right now for a bigger, more in-depth. There had scoping meetings last week that I attended. There was another one this week that I believe Mr. Sauter attended, where the public can raise its concerns to ecology and what they want ecology to check out. It will be a big, deep, in-depth process. The Yakama Nation will be have their say in it. I guarantee you that one.
Okay, we are still in public comment. Not Dave Barta has his hand raised. I don't know if it's still raised or raised again. And if we don't, generally I only let people go once, but if there is no other commenters at this point, I'm not seeing any. So Mr. Barta, did you have another question or did you just forget to put your hand down?
I forgot to tell you my address is 428 Fish Hatchery Road.
All right.
But I have one further question, and that is, you
Sure.
all discussed last week, I believe, the appeals rates. Are you going to consider that further in a way that you think will result in action as far as the cost for appeals for individuals? Do you have any comment on that?
I would comment, I did speak with, I have every expectation that we're scheduling a workshop with the planning director, planning staff, to continue the discussion. And I can't speculate as far as, are we gonna end up with, changing those, lowering them, getting rid of them? I couldn't say, because that'll be a board action. And I think that's what the board's interested in, the workshop, to kind of get the information, and then they'll make a decision then. But I know we are going to be having a discussion, and I think planning staff is trying to get information from other counties of similar size on kind of what other folks do on this issue. Commissioner Christopher.
I just wanted to make a mention to him that I did not forget about it, and I will bring it up again. We'll see where it goes, but it isn't over.
Okay, thank you both for your input. I appreciate it.
Okay, 5 more minutes and citizen comment. So either.
I would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead. If you can give your name and where you live, please.
Rosedale Dimick, 55 Checker Hill Road. And I wrote email to you gentlemen earlier this week. Anderson, your email is incorrect on the county website. It got sent back to me. So just might want to check and fix that to the residents so they can still reach you. My question that I asked you in my email was the resolution, the 10910. It says that the EOZ should be reevaluated. Public hearing should take place for 7 years. And it's been over 7 years. Just wondering why that public hearing isn't taking place. And would just like to hear back on the reasoning why that's not happening, because it's supposed to be to address our issues and so that we can face some solutions to these problems that we have. Thank you.
Okay. Systemic. I'm going to actually take that one because I did respond to your email, and as far as that resolution did cover that, said that there would be it actually was it was a settlement agreement from the passage of the EOZ that said that the then board agreed that after 7 years or 1,000 megawatts of wind, that they would have a public hearing to revisit the EOZ and see if there was some changes needed to be made to it. That hearing did occur. It occurred in 2010, I believe, 2011, somewhere in there, because the 7 years had not passed, but we had passed the 1,000 megawatt threshold. And so again, I just want to make sure it's crystal clear as far as the board did do what it said it was going to do. And again, I would remind folks that was a different board. I wasn't even on that board, but the board did have its public hearing. It did revisit that. I don't, unless you're making a suggestion that every 7 years we need to have a review.
That's how it's worded. It's worded every 7 years.
Okay. Well, I will look into that because I don't recall. I don't have it in front of me. That seems.
I'm able to call in, and I don't have the ability to see who's talking, and so I don't even know who's talking at the moment. I'm assuming it's Christopher, but I'm not entirely sure.
That was Dave. Actually, it was Dave Potter. I'm sorry. I will. For folks on the phone, I forgot you can't actually see us to know who's talking. So.
Yeah, and I would hate to misrepresent any of you folks
right
on that premise, but yes, it says every 7 years or 10,000 or 1,000 megawatts, and it's time for checkup and it's time for our public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Dave, I'd just like to say, I'm just looking at the county website, and under county commissioners, as well as the staff directory, my email is correct. So Ms. Dimick, if you could send me that email again and try using that address. Thank you very much.
Okay, we got 1 minute left in citizen comment. On any topic, does not have to be about solar or pump storage. I'm not seeing anybody. All right, with that, we will go on with our regular agenda. So I don't know if White Salmon Mayor, Keithler and the city clerk treasurer, Jan Brending, if you are on the Zoom. Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Hello, nice to see you.
That's good to see you as well.
Well, I'm not Jan Brending, but
yes. So you're gonna participate. Are you there in Jan's stead, or are you represent? I mean, you obviously always represent yourself, Pat. But
no, I'm here with Marla. So
okay. All right, great. So go ahead and set up the topic if you wish.
Certainly. So this was a late addition to your meeting today, which I realized, but I think Commissioner Anderson, we had reached out to him yesterday, actually, to bring him up to speed on some ideas that we are working on here in the city, mainly because there was some county land that would be affected by those ideas, and we were hoping to bring you guys into the fold. And he brought it to our attention that some of those lots were currently underway to getting processed through to be auctioned off. And so what we wanted to discuss today with the larger commission was what this project was, and consideration of if it was appropriate and made sense for the city to consider purchasing that land. But the deadline importance issue at hand is really these lots in question that I understand need to either be pulled today to not have them go forward into an auction, or hear the commissioner's viewpoints on the best way to handle this. And then also Commissioner Souter, kind of going along with that same conversation, is a revisiting of the Riverfront Park conversation, which I think is familiar to you and certainly has been talked about over the years. But all of this kind of comes together as sort of our vision for the city of White Salmon to best capitalize on anticipating a new bridge with pedestrian access. And so what we're really envisioning is seeing that Riverfront Park come to fruition. And so we thought this would be appropriate time to revisit where we stood on those discussions about potentially a city lease. But then if you were to cross this new bridge, the county land that we had talked to Commissioner Anderson about yesterday is actually just south of Dock Grade Road, in our vision at the city to actually create a bluff loop trail that could bring pedestrians or those with wheelchairs or strollers or bikes all the way up into downtown White Salmon by taking advantage of that trail, having also some stairs and a incline gravity pooled system, also known as one of my favorite words, a funicular. So that's a pretty big summary to bring you guys up to speed quickly. But Jake, I don't know if you had already briefed them a little bit or if there was a direction you wanted to start this conversation, since it's kind of about two different things. But again, the main issue that was on our radar this morning was just certainly this time-sensitive topic about these two lots south of Dock Grade that the city is interested in using.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Christopher.
Question, are these Dock Grade properties? I know last year a gentleman that owns property on Dock Grade wanted to do some kind of land transfer, and you pushed him off and told him that the properties are going to be for sale. Are these the properties that you told him were going to auction, or are we talking something different?
No, my expectation that is these properties that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I guess we can probably, since we only have a certain amount of time, we should push off the park discussion. The main thing is if the board, and I hope Greg's on here so he can give us direction. He was supposed to be talking to the prosecutor on whether we could even pull these properties off the sale auction block. And if that's something that we would like to do with an agreement to transfer these properties into the city's hands for the back taxes and all that. And so I wanted to make sure that discussion was had between all three of us. And since we just authorized this to go to sale, it might be the right time to be had. I guess the right time would have been before it. But Greg, what did you find out?
So yeah, I talked to David Cannell and his staff earlier before lunch, and he thought that if we did an amended resolution, this was possible. These are the parcels that I believe, I don't remember timing wise, I want to say maybe the 1st of January-ish, we brought a resolution regarding a tax title sale. This parcel is on there. So yes, Mr. Cannell thought that we could do a revised resolution that would, we could pull this from there. The amount of the parcel that it's up for minimum bid is $31,367, just for the record.
Greg, does that include the penalties as well, or is that just the back taxes?
That's the penalties, interest, and back taxes. So that is what, as not to current, but as when it went on to tax title sale in 2011.
Greg, procedural kind of well, I guess it is a procedural, but a question about that. So if that's essentially what the county has into this property, if the property sells for, let's say 100,000, am I correct that the county only gets this 31 and the rest goes?
So this is tax title. So what happens on tax title is it's actually held in trust. So the county is really, it's held in trust by the treasurer's office, to be honest. So we're holding it in trust for the districts that have the taxes owing, which would be Port, Hospital, anybody who had taxes. So what happens in a tax title? What's that?
Us.
Yes, including road fund, general fund. Yes, we have. Yes, we are part of them, but we're not the only ones.
Right.
And so, so basically, if the property were to sell for 100,000, the total amount of that is distributed per the levy ratios for that given TCA in the current year. So basically, if the property is listed for 36,000, let's just say, or whatever I just said, I forgot the number already. If that number is bid and that's the opening bid and that's all the higher it goes, then we would take that amount and distribute it across all the taxing districts as of 2021, not 2011. So it's as of the current year, and that's how the tax dollars would be distributed, or how the dollars would be distributed.
Right. So I guess my question was, I wanted to make sure that extra whatever wasn't going back to the original property owner. It would be more money into all those little tax districts' coffers.
100%.
Higher number than that.
Right. And just to caveat though, in a normal foreclosure sale, it would go into the real estate trust fund and wait, because that additional, what they call excess proceeds, could go back to the person who's the deeded owner. We're only selling the property to get the taxes back out of it. And then if there's excess funds, those go to to the person. But in tax title, where nobody bid on it or anything, and it comes because the laws say that if no bidder within three, going once, going twice, going three times, the county would take, or the treasurer's office holds it in trust, or the county essentially holds it. And then the whole proceeds get distributed out per the levy rate.
Can you tell me what the appraised value of this property is?
I can, hold on a second. In the system, the assessed value is $172,980. That's just what's in the system.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I guess the one thing I would like to say about this property is it's been up for sale before and it wasn't bought, correct, Greg?
Yeah, in 2011, before I was the treasurer, it went through tax title, or through foreclosure, excuse me, sorry. And it wasn't purchased.
So I guess the other thing is this piece of property, it's one piece, not two. The second parcel is tied in with the parcel that's the riverfront parcel. So it's actually only one parcel. No matter what happens with this parcel, that parcel is going to be a pain, because you're never going to be able to come off of dock grade to get onto it. And coming off of the state highway is going to be even more of a pain, because there's current plans in there to potentially put in a roundabout. So there's a lot of issues with that parcel, no matter what, that if somebody does buy it, we're probably going to have ourselves a problem on our hands in the end, no matter what. When somebody
I would interject just to say, along the lines of what Commissioner Anderson's saying, is in terms of being able to truly allow a reasonable use of land in keeping with the city's zoning codes, these lots are very difficult to do anything with. And I can actually share my screen and bring them up if the visual helps. But I think it would help to illustrate a bit. Oh, I don't think I'm allowed to, but we're really talking about a sliver of land that's south of dock grade and north of the regulator station owned by Williams.
Greg, one final question. These items, or this was up for auction before, and so nobody bid the 31,000 before, or was it a higher number?
It was this, I believe it to be the same number. I mean, because we're just putting it, we've just said that the new starting bid's the same as what it was before. So in a foreclosure sale, you offer the property at the minimum bid is the taxes plus principal and interest is the minimum bid. So yes, and that was in 2011.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
I think it's important for Dan to understand that the dock grade is dead center through this property as well.
Yeah, well, I've seen the map.
Okay.
I've looked at it. Granted, it was a month ago, and it looks very interesting there at the lower part of dock grade. So I'm aware of where it is. I just want to make sure, with my questions to Greg, that the taxpayers are going to get the best bang for their buck in whichever direction we go. And I think he answered my questions there. So.
Yeah. I appreciate that consideration.
And so where the question is if this goes through sale and somebody picks it up and they don't want this trail going through their property, that could devalue our ability to have the connection between the city of White Salmon as well as the Riverfront Park when that gets built. It could also stop the trail from being created at any given time. And so the question is where does the board want to go on this, and where do you guys feel comfortable that the best value for the community at large is? Is it in trying to get as much money for this parcel as possible, or is it potentially creating something that matches the stairs from the early 1900s?
I'm trying to recall the beginning of this. Was White Salmon trying to buy it before it goes to sale, or do they want us giving it to them?
No, we're willing to pay the back taxes on it, plus the penalties.
We are, at our core, the focus here is trying to capitalize as best we can for our communities on the development of the new bridge, and knowing that pedestrian and bicycle access is being integrated into that project we feel it's a missed opportunity to not take advantage of that for the North Shore. And the best advantage we can do that supports the economic development, especially of our downtown core, is finally realizing true pedestrian access from our riverfront up into our downtown. We think that's a huge attraction and selling point that will bring people over here for a day trip, or, you know, make it kind of that sightseeing moment when people are coming into the gorge. So that's, to answer that original core question, yes, we're coming into this conversation ready and willing to make that purchase, to make sure that that land can be hopefully realized into this larger vision that connects all three of these projects: the bridge, the riverfront park, our downtown core, and a truly accessible for everyone bluff trail.
Well, yeah, and the funicular plan is definitely a tourist attraction that's going to even help if we can get that constructed up the hillside. You know, that's going to be the second phase of this, is getting the trail system in and the stairways. But our long-term goal is, well, long-term and short-term goal is to get the funicular in to help increase tourism in the area between the lower riverfront. You know, when we get the park in and new bridge comes in and up above, to keep tourists moving through the community and helping our businesses with, you know, purchasing items and sales tax. So,
So I would say, with what I've learned here, that I agree that I would support your plan as being the best use of this land. So, yeah, my support.
Yeah, I would say, Mayor, very eloquently put. You've convinced me. As far as, I wasn't a hard convinced, but I would be my kind of my place I've been starting on, as we have been, you know, trying to divest ourselves of these tax parcels, is the idea to get it back on the tax rolls, private sector. This is not. But that said, I think this, in this circumstance, this is actually the best use of this property for the overall community, and it will drive business development. I really love the idea of incorporating it into the new bridge placement, as far as as a way. And I love the nod to the history, as far as the old stairs up the hill. I think it's a great idea. So I would be supportive of pulling this property from the sale if we can. I mean, we can, sounds like, if we do an amended resolution and pulling this one, and then we can have some discussions between the county and the city how best to pull this off. If my seatmates are, I heard from Dan directly, Commissioner Anderson, are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I brought it forward for a reason.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it, as long as they're buying it for the tax value or the back tax value. I would, you know, I'm sure the gentleman who was looking at buying the property a year ago might get his feelings hurt, and I apologize to him. I wasn't here then, but I think this is the best use of the property. So,
all right, what do you need from us, Greg?
I was just going to say, so it sounds like you guys are good if I draft a resolution and put it on the agenda for the consent, or however it goes through, that amends what we did with the previous resolution to put this parcel on there. So what I'm hearing is we'll put something on next week's agenda to get it taken off. And then what we will do, you know, the sale we're looking for it to be on the 10th of March. So we're just right. This is, as far as timing, we haven't advertised or anything. So we will pull that off the website and make sure that we don't put it up there so people think it's still part of the process. We will pull that off.
Okay, great.
Okay, anything else?
No, I think we're good. We'll continue, schedule some more time with us, and we'll talk about the waterfront park part of that.
yeah, sorry I hogged most of your time there. I wasn't informed about this, so I like to make informed decisions. So
yeah. All right.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
you.
We're putting the fun in funicular out here.
You're a great car salesman. If you ever need a job, you can sell anything.
All right.
All right. Thank you all. All right, we are going to move on. Our next scheduled agenda item is Columbia Land Trust Conservation. to review highlights of past work in the county and update on current project and discuss potential future work and shared priorities. And I see, yes, hi Sherry, I see you. Oh, Nate's there as well. So
and Lindsay Cornelius is
where she must be on my second page, perhaps.
Lindsay sometimes has internet issues as well, so she'll be.
okay.
But
I see.
I'm on the phone, Dave.
Oh, okay.
Well,
these have become so
ahead.
popular. We have to have multiple screens to be able to manage. I mean, our ratings are just through the roof. The last.
I know. I was a little taken aback. I'm not surprised. Well,
Yes.
I'll start off. I'm Sherry Carney, and I'm Forest Conservation Director at Columbia Land Trust. And I know two of you, but nice to meet you, Commissioner Christopher. And nice to see you, Commissioner Anderson, as a commissioner, and nice to see you, Commissioner Souter. And we're not asking for anything today. We try to visit, I'll start with that. We try to visit with you at least every year, just to share with you what we're doing as citizens and as conservation owners in your county, and just give a little background about what's happened over the last year. Lindsay Cornelius, who oversees all of our stewardship in Klickitat, is with us, and then Nate Ulrich, who oversees our conservation projects in the county. And I guess I'll just, and some of this but I'll just say that I was reflecting as I joined you. We've been working with conservation and with the county commissioners for over 23 years in Klickitat. I remember visiting in 1998 with the county commissioners and really listening to their perspectives and thoughts about conservation at the time. They weren't positive. And I think I am happy to come every year to share with you what we're doing, that we really try to absorb what we're hearing from the community, from your leadership. Through that, we pay property taxes, which is volitional, and which we are proud to be doing. We are very thoughtful about natural resources, agriculture, forestry, economy, as well as the benefits of conservation and access for people. So that's kind of our guiding light. This year was a big year for us, not in Klickitat, but just outside of Klickitat in Yakima County. We closed on 4,900 acres along the closed boundary of the Yakima Reservation up on the Klickitat Canyon. And that adds to, so that creates 11,000 acres of conservation. We bought that from SDS Lumber Company. We worked closely with Jason Spadero on that. And I think through that acquisition, really shared and kind of shared a lot of values with regard to that landscape. It's marginal forestry, but it's vital to the community. So we have quite a bit of management up there. Lindsay will share with you what she's been doing this last year for fire suppression and health. And I guess that's what I wanted to share at a high level. Just what we've achieved this year, and then Nate and Lindsay can say a little bit more, and then we're hoping to leave time just for questions and anything that's on your mind. And especially from the new commissioners, not especially, I always like to hear from Commissioner Souter, but it's an opportunity to ask questions if you don't know about us.
Cool. So I'm just going to add briefly onto that. With that purchase that we made last summer, which Jake's a little bit familiar with via the Salmon Recovery Funding Board, which provided a little bit of funding for that last step. That was the final phase of that 10-year vision that we've had for the Klickitat Canyon that at least you, Commissioner Souter, have heard about. With Hancock's foresters to help them conserve places that they had allocated as, what did they call them, Sherry? Their special places on the landscape that they thought were also important for long-term conservation. So that's a big celebration for us. In addition to that, this year we closed on an additional 260 acres of agricultural conservation easements in the Trout Lake Valley. The commissioners provided a letter of support for that, that funding from the state of Washington Recreation and Conservation Office. And we really appreciate that letter of support. That goes a long way with our state funding agencies. But that brings together almost 800 acres of dairy conservation in Trout Lake. And we're continuing to work with farmers there. They continue to reach out to us as they ask for our support. We are an eligible entity that helps. We function as a conduit between these funding programs that the farmers want to access. So we're between the funders and the farmers, and we provide a service, a voluntary service that they've asked for. I could show you a map if you want later, kind of our priority areas within the county. But I also want Lindsay to have some time to talk about work that she's been up to. So Lindsay, how about you go next?
Okay, thanks, Nate. Can you hear me all right? I just have to check.
Yeah.
Technology issue. Okay, great. So at Summit Creek, what Sherry and Nate alluded to, just on the boundary of the Yakima Reservation, the closed boundary, we're managing for forest health and resilience, so which most recently has involved pre-commercial thinning to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. We're working right now in a 95-acre mixed conifer stand, and planning is underway to implement several more harvests over the next couple of years. Some of those will have commercial elements. Our forestry does look different than industrial forestry. We try to manage for a variety of objectives, and we're not bound by our stakeholders to maximize economic impact. So we hired Rick Slauson out of Goldendale to do the first phase of work, and we'll look to continue prioritizing local contractors where it's possible. We're also partnering with the Washington Department of Natural Resources and other partners up there to secure landscape scale restoration grants, so we can expand on that work as well, with the intent of building a more resilient landscape to wildfire. The other physical work that we're doing on the Hall Road, or that we've secured funding to do over the next 4 years, is for weed control and supplemental planting on that 8 miles of restored floodplain that we worked on over the last decade. That's between Dead Canyon Creek and the Little Klickitat confluence. And the goal there is to promote the recovery of native plants that can provide cover and forage and nutrients for salmon and steelhead, and prevent aquatic weeds from altering the way the shallow water habitat is functioning, which is important for juvenile fish. And the juvenile life stage is the limiting life stage for salmon and steelhead on that reach of the Klickitat River. So those 2 projects are underway right now. And then we're also continuing our baseline, weed control, fence maintenance, public access management. We consult our neighbors pretty frequently on their experiences with, as a neighbor of our conservation areas. And then we also are working on the East Cascade Oaks Partnership, which is a recent effort emerged over the last 3 years to help coordinate partners who are interested in oak conservation. And the goal there is to try to work with stakeholders in the oak landscape. Oaks occur at lower elevations where people are concentrated, and there's a lot of different management objectives that people have in the oak landscape, including grazing and forestry and recreation, and of course just living, rural residential use. And so we're trying to develop strategies that can help landowners manage resources in a way that improve outcomes for oaks, and at the same time try to maximize some of the positive impacts for people, for the stakeholders in that landscape. So that's a real quick and dirty summary of some of the projects that I've been working on. And maybe it's a good time to ask for any questions you all might have about anything that Sherry or Nate or I have touched on. And we'd love to hear your feedback on your thoughts about conservation and the role that it's playing in the county.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Christopher.
Yeah, I had a question. Nate mentioned priorities map, and so that's curious to me. I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, Lee, can you share this so you can share screen? We're in different rooms now, so it's hard to.
We can't bring our big poster in.
When I tried to share screen, it shared mine, which is
Yeah, it shares her. She's got a.
And if,
we got to
and
get
if
her
we can't,
set up.
And if we can't, we can talk through our priority areas.
Yeah.
Lee,
So,
you just
there we
have to
go.
make Nate post.
So this is a map of Columbia Land Trust's service area, what we call our service area. So we started out, Commissioner Christopher, in Clark County back in 1990. We were started by a all volunteer group of citizens there who were concerned about loss of agricultural land primarily in the county. Since then, we've expanded. Our main office is still in Vancouver, but we have offices in Hood River, from where Lindsay and I are based out of. We also have an office over in Astoria. So the shaded areas where we work, basically the Rock Creek watershed out to the mouth of the Columbia. And what this map shows is our priority areas. And you'll see here in Klickitat County, there's one area in orange, and that's our highest priority region in the county. And it's focused on two things. One is aquatic habitat. You may know that the Klickitat River is one of the rivers that has the best opportunity for listed salmonid species recovery. So we're putting a lot of effort into helping that effort along with other partners. In addition, what Lindsay talked about is our oak habitat conservation. And some 90% of the oak habitat in the state is within the Klickitat River watershed. So when you're out there, it feels ubiquitous. It feels like it's everywhere. But at a state level, it's pretty special stuff. And that's primarily why that's our highest priority. You see these other areas in green and blue. Those are also priority areas for us. But given our capacity, we're primarily focused on the Klickitat at this point. Trout Lake is focused more for agriculture because we've had so many good partners there, and the community continues to reach out and request support. And we've also prioritized areas along the little white salmon and the rattlesnake in particular.
And then go ahead, Nate.
I was just going to say, we have what we call our conservation agenda. This is what this map is from. And it's basically our strategic plan that we revisit every 5 years. Because of the pandemic, we're a little bit behind on that this year, but we're in the middle of, I wouldn't say reevaluating, but reestablishing these priorities for the next 5 years. We'll be continuing to be working in this landscape. Go ahead.
Throughout our whole region, we have forestry and forests as a priority. And, you know, the priority there is we live in a forested region, incredibly important region in the world, really. And as you go west, but even west in your county, and you travel west, we grow the best Douglas fir trees. They're native. We have tremendous forests. So a part of our priorities is to keep forestry and forests on this landscape and to not see a diminishment, not to see conversion in forestry. And it really is both of those things. It's the economic aspect of forestry and forests, as well as the habitat and recreational and aesthetic and carbon sequestering aspect. So throughout this whole region and in Klickitat County, we really care about the industry of timberland and how that integrates in with our natural resources and forests. So that's an important one. I think especially as we focus increasingly on trying to be an agent of preventing further climate change, we're really seeing our forests as a wonderful natural resource that is renewable and pulls in carbon and stores it.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Sharon.
you.
Other questions for the team? No, really?
One thing I'd point out is I saw Elaine Harvey's name on the list.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to point out Elaine Harvey is on our board of directors. We're really, really glad to have Elaine on our board for 2 years now. Yeah.
And Elaine lives outside of Goldendale, is Klickitat County citizen and a Yakima Nation member. And yeah, thank you, Nate, for noticing that. And I'm glad you could join us, Elaine.
Okay. Anything else? I'm really looking forward to when this is done, we can actually meet in person.
Yeah, you and me
It's
both.
been all year. I have in the past enjoyed your updates when you folks come in and talk to us, plus our kind of off channel conversations we've been able to have over the years too. And that's, I think, is sorely missed right now, where we're all just trying to kind of function as best we can. And I'm sure you folks have had the same issue as far as you're a fairly large organization. I'm sure your team meetings, your business meetings, or you're in a similar situation where we've all gotten really good at Zoom meetings or phone conferences.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and we look forward also to being in person. And we know that for our work and for your work, it just depends on relationships, and it depends on being together, and ideally sometimes being on land together. So, and we work quite a bit in Klickitat County, and we appreciate you, and we do look forward to being together in person. And maybe, when we're through all this, a site tour would be especially neat to go more deeply into what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that would be an excellent idea. Although I always like to start with breakfast and white salmon first, but
Seems quite doable.
Yes, I think so. That's always good. Well, I really have always appreciated your how much you do, because I know can be difficult relationship over, as you said, you started 23 years ago in Klickitat County, which was obviously before my time, but I knew and know the commissioners that you were that you started with. And in some ways, I continued many of their points of view. And one thing I would say, even, and they have said too, is that they really appreciated the relationship building that went on with the organization, with the county. And that was really built on trust from building that relationship, and really feel like you were hearing the concerns that were being raised by the communities and the commissioners, that represented those communities. And, and that doesn't happen overnight. And I will say, we have lots of, we seem to be the focus of conservation efforts in Klickitat County, or maybe that's our perception, but it seems that way. And I can say easily for myself that the relationship that the county has had with Columbia Land Trust is not the same as that we have had with other conservation groups that are where it's much more consensus building and really working as a team. And that is why we generally don't support funding requests to the state for activities. Your organization is one of the very few that we have that we've done that with. And so even to the point of, we have state agencies that we won't support their funding requests, or we'd like to not to. We'd like to take them back, but that's in the past. But anyway, I just really appreciate that. And that's what I meant about it'll be nice when we can actually get back together and get out on the land, get out on the landscape, and you can really show us what you're doing out there and out in the communities too. I think that, I'm sure that has been difficult. I know when things were going on the Hall Road, that were, you folks were, when that all got started, you were having community meetings in the community in Klickitat, and were able to build those relationships with folks, which I think did well for you when that project has not been without glitches from time to time. And I think that you were able to kind of rely on those relationships to get through some difficult. I had a few calls from folks when you guys have been working there, so, as I'm sure you all did too.
Yeah, we don't expect to be conflict free, but we do expect to be relationship based, and I appreciate that. I really do. And we're going to go forward and continue to be that way, and to keep an ear to the ground, and to try to hear from people. And I really mean it. You can't always avoid conflict, but we can listen and be in relationship to the extent possible.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And we all appreciate your support and the fact that we really want to do our mission and not, not run counter to people.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate your time. And if things do arise, we also like it when you reach out to us and ask us directly about it. I am working, I'll just mention, because they're your neighbors, very closely with the commissioners in Skamania County on forestry related issues. And I just mention it because I know that you all are part of, you work with those commissioners, and you work with the Washington Association of County Commissioners, and our work extends to trying to ensure that they have a forestry base. So that's another, just because it's just so close to you.
Yeah. No, we all talk to each other.
I know you do.
Like, I'm going to text Bob right now.
Well, I've been working especially closely with Commissioner Tom Lannon. In fact,
Yes.
today we are meeting with all the 14th district legislators, your legislators, to talk about the encumbered lands that we're trying to pilot. And I know you do know about that, but Tom and I are working on that with all your legislators.
Good. Okay. Any last comments or questions?
Oh, just thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Nice to see you all.
Thank you for your time.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, that brings us, we're running slightly ahead of schedule, but I see I see Ron there, has turned his camera on. We're running about 5 minutes ahead. Ron, do you have other members of the Fair Board? Is Brandy gonna join?
Yeah, Brandy Myers was gonna join. I'm not sure if she's on or not. She was just gonna call in.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, well, if you guys are ready to move forward, 5 minutes early, be okay.
No, that's fine. We could go ahead and start.
Okay.
Just like to take time to thank the board for allowing us to get on the agenda. The main goal here is just kind of bring the board, especially with 2 new board members, up to date, kind of bring you to speed of what the Fair Board is doing. We still have a lot of planning to do, pending where we're going to be in August. The fair is slated for August 19th through the 22nd. Before that date, kind of send you out the note that we're going to be posting online this afternoon. One change to make the board aware, the beef pre-show will be March 21st. I believe what I had given you is March 28th. We had to verify the fair dates. And so it is August 19th through the 22nd. Want to work with the fair, with the commissioners and the health department. One thing we really would like to do this year that we didn't do last year is have our pre-shows at the fairgrounds. That'd be March 21st, May 9th, June 13th. And be able to use the scales to weigh the animals in. And just kind of put that out because we did show the livestock market sale last year that we can come up with procedures and do that safely. So I know that's going to take working with you and the health department. We try to move those to a Sunday with other activities going on. That wouldn't be an issue interfering with other events. Otherwise, I'm not going to read the letter, leave it kind of open. I know Brandy had a couple questions, but leave it open to the board if you have questions of me or Brandy. Or Helen, I believe Helen was on also.
Okay. All right, thanks, Ron. Brandy, did you some comments you wish to make?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I want to reinforce that Ron is covering almost all of the questions that the Fair Board continues to be asked, but I wanted to provide a little background as to kind of what's going on.
Between 2018 and 2019, there were approximately between 400 and 500 exhibitors that participated at the fair, and that's not including the rodeo or the county events. Those exhibitors, they brought forth between 2,000 and 3,000 exhibits. That's a combination of live and still life, and this is all at the county facility, and it turned out great. And the reason I'm bringing up this is on a regular basis, we're asked as a board and just as community members, what's the status of fair? And we continue to reassure people, you know, we're hoping for the best, that we're preparing for the worst, and we're staying in touch with our commissioners and just kind of letting them know what's going on. Not that they don't have an idea of what's going on, but they need to hear that from us. This is that time of year where exhibitors are buying their animals or beginning to train their animals, or they're looking down the road and figuring out what they're going to purchase so that they can make their clothes or whatever still life activities they want to do. I can guarantee you there's a lot of learning going on at home and a lot of people that are excited and, again, cautiously optimistic, but we just wanted to make sure that you knew where we were and seek your support. So that's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Myers. I guess I'd open up if there's some questions. Although you said Helen's on the call as well. Don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. If the board has questions.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll lead off as far as first, of course, as always, and I can't imagine that's changed. We absolutely are, you know, support the fair. We too, I think, are, you know, cautiously optimistic that maybe it won't be 100% back normal, but we can have some kind of, you know, as near normal as we can with the fair. And I'm sure, and I know the health department stands ready to work with the fair board so we can kind of design some ways. I'm a little concerned about the March 21st for that, as far as we can certainly, you know, hopefully we can get you folks with the health director and kind of come up with some plans as far as how that would work. I mean, we're unfortunately, as we know, we don't make all the rules. When it comes to this, I don't think we make any of the rules. Unfortunately, you know, and we will, you know, it's a county facility, and so of course we'll have to be compliant. But I can say anything that I think we can have some, if we can have some discretion and we can work with the health department and the health officer, it seems to me we could figure out a way to be compliant and be able to do that. That's really the only date that I have any real concerns about. I think the other ones, maybe I'm just being optimistic and naive that we're going to be, you know, when we start getting into May and June, that I think we'll have a little more flexibility, I hope. So
Ron, this is Helen, would you like me to respond to that a little bit?
Sure, if that's okay with Dave.
Absolutely.
Yes, we have every intention, so that everybody knows, the pre-show, people just come and go. So we believe that we will be able to follow all of the parameters or whatever, because whatever the head count is, we will make that happen, because people don't need to stay there. They just need to bring a trailer load of steers, get them weighed and tagged, and then they load up and leave. So the next group can come. So whatever the numbers are, we will make that happen.
Okay. Okay, because that's, you know, in the past, that's kind of an event as far as, you know, folks like the, you know, that's part of the fun. But yeah, that's one of those things we have to modify to be able to do that. Again, I'm sure we can figure something out. I would hope. Okay, well, I would, questions or comments from my seatmates?
This is Commissioner Christopher. I would just say that I certainly hope that by summer we can have some kind of something with the fair. I think it's absolutely vital to the well-being of our community. So you 100% have my support.
Thank you.
You have my support as well.
Really appreciate it. The main goal is just kind of let you know what we're doing. You know, we're gonna be doing some planning, what if we're in what phase and what we can do. And the goal is to work with you guys in the health department on what we can have, because the goal, we're gonna have something. It's just, what is it?
Right, absolutely. I just, yeah, I can't, I don't want to contemplate, 2 years in a row. That would be just, I mean, it was hard enough last year, so.
Yeah, 2 years in a row might make me a little angry. I really missed it last year.
Yeah. So, okay. So do you need anything from us other than
No, you want us to work with a health department then?
Yeah.
Directly on that first date, especially?
Yeah, that would be my my advice would be to talk to the health director. I know, I believe she's actually out of the office most of this week on her other duty, but she will be back towards the end of the week. So I would assume by next week she would be available. But the deputy would be able to have the discussion. But Erin would be the one that would be the best to work with. But she's got lots of great staff in there, and we can certainly follow up with it next week with her too. But that's what I would suggest doing, is contacting them. And part of it is you're going to get the uncertainty over, because we don't know from week to week or week to 2 weeks as far as what phase we're necessarily going to be in, although I suspect what phase we'll be in, which would look a lot like where we're at right now, but at least in the foreseeable future. But so I think that would be my advice too, is maybe we need to come up with a plan that's kind of the worst case scenario, as far as like if we are in, because we're in our most restrictive point right now that seems like that we've been in. Let's go ahead and try to design a way we can do this as far as these, especially this first date, that works with the way the regulations are now. And if it's loosened up a little bit by March 21st, great, then.
We can always just line them up to go across the scale and give the cow its COVID injection, because they get COVID injections.
Yeah.
And it'll be just another vaccine up at the fair.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we're doing vaccine, we've done.
It'll just be cow COVID versus human COVID.
Yeah, there you go. I like it. There's a solution. But yeah, talk to Aaron and the health department over there, and we'll follow up next week. But I do know it's not there right now.
Well, thank the board for your time, and the board wanted to make sure you've seen this before we put it on our website, just so you have a heads up what we're doing and where we're headed. So thank the board very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for your hard work, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Moving along, we're running a little ahead of schedule.
When are we ever ahead of schedule since I started here?
Feeling like something. So next up is Senior Services Director Sharon Carter with a department update. I don't know if Sharon, oh, there you are. Good.
Yes.
Look at that. So whenever you're ready, Sharon.
Okay.
We did get your update sent over to us.
Yeah, so I didn't know. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
That was me.
So I just wanted to give a bit of a rundown because we have 2 new commissioners on kind of the different main programs within the Senior Services Department. because we do a number of different programs and services. We have a lot of contracts that you'll usually see around the end of the year for the upcoming year, those packets that signed. So I just gave a little bit of a summary of our prime programs and kind of what the funding sources are primarily for those, because we have a mix of state, federal, and private grants, as well as, you know, fee for service income and some other specific contracts. And so perhaps the easiest thing is just if anybody has any questions regarding some of the programs or would like for me to provide more information. Yes.
I do. This is Commissioner Christopher. It is not to a specific program, but looking through your guys' history, you have a whole bunch of grants. Do you have a dedicated grant writer over there on staff? Yeah. I guess that answers my question.
That's me.
Gonna keep you like super busy with all of this.
So yeah, no, we don't have a separate specialized grant writer. I do the grants. We do partner. Sometimes we have in the past partnered with health department or other, with Area Agency on Aging and Disabilities of Southwest Washington as well, for various grants and programs that we can carry out. My goal is always to try and access as many programs or services that we can to benefit the citizens of Klickitat County. So when we have items that pop up that we seem to would fit, and usually I'll try to pursue the support for those that have obviously talked with the board about pursuing those programs. But and senior services is kind of a misnomer, I guess, in terms of our department, because we're, transportation is a huge portion of the budget, as well as the service that we're providing and the staff that we have on hand and the grants that are coming in. And part of the reason for it being under senior services is it really started out as just a little senior wheelchair van in like 1970s, and has expanded over time to be, a full, really complement and provide a lot more support for our seniors, because we've been able to leverage getting other grants through the Washington State Department of Transportation or the Federal Transit Administration. So we provide public transit as well. So it's not just seniors we're transporting, but we are able to get more transportation for seniors because we're providing the public transit and accessing those grants as well. So just in terms of things that are different because of COVID right now, we've been operating fully, since the pandemic hit, because we're considered, all of our different service and contracts are actually considered essential services. And so we've been providing, we did have in March where we had exposure and had some quarantine specific to staff, but we're still able to continue to provide meal services, transportation, number of those items. And we've just shifted some of that work and then definitely had to look at operating a bit differently. Our fixed route service, which is a shuttle, we have two shuttles, one shuttle that runs between Goldendale and the Dalles, Monday through Friday, 7 to 7, and then one shuttle that runs between Bingen, White Salmon, and Hood River, Monday through Friday to 7 to 7. That has been suspended since COVID, based on recommendations from health department and the interpretation of the restrictions related to the governor's directives. The plan would be to resume that service once we move into, a phase 2 again. So that has been suspended, but our dial-a-ride transportation services, which is, door-to-door vehicles taking people to medical appointments and essential services, that has been operating and continues to operate. So that's the primary transportation service also for clients in Klickitat County that are on Medicaid to get to their medical appointments. We're one of the main contracted providers to provide transportation services for medical appointments. And then we've made the adjustment again during COVID. We received some additional CARES Act funds from both Washington State Department of Transportation and the Area Agency on Aging to be able to provide some support to folks during COVID. And that's expanding our meal services and delivery services and allowing us to use some of our drivers early on in that, because many of our volunteers were not available because they were high risk. And then we also have been doing meal delivery and food bank box pickup and delivery and grocery and prescription pickup and delivery for folks that are quarantined because of COVID. And then of course, seniors, just because, and high risk groups that we serve because they're trying to be safe and protect. So they've been homebound. So we've been very busy with that, had great partnership with WAGAP on being able to access additional food to get out and deliver to people. Just we have another 150 produce boxes that we were just able to get that we're delivering out to seniors in their homes today and tomorrow as well. So it's up and down each week in terms of how many new referrals for folks that are needing some of those essential needs that are coming in. All of our meals, normally we have our senior congregate meal sites where we've sponsored the meal where we had seniors at the Gold Mill Senior Centers on Tuesdays and Thursdays, at the Pioneer Center in White Salmon on Mondays and Wednesdays, in Lyle at the Lions Center on Tuesday, Klickitat monthly up at the community center there, Trout Lake out at the Trout Lake School, and then Bickleton with the Market Street Cafe. Those have all been suspended since April for in-person meals. We likely, the way things are looking, probably won't be opening meal sites this year. The hope was that we might midway, but it's not sounding like a level of protection or immunity is going to be developed enough. At least, maybe if we're lucky, fall. There's very specific plans that we'll have to develop. And we're not anywhere near the marks yet to even be able to move forward with that. So we are continuing with basically all of our meal services is delivered, Meals on Wheels. We do have a few people that will call and do a pickup at the kitchen door, but most are delivery, and we're doing over 2,000 meals a month right now. And that's frozen and hot meals combined. And our volunteer base is increasing gradually up again. We've always had a really core, large group of volunteers supporting all of our programs, especially our nutrition program. But because of COVID, all those volunteers are primarily high-risk folks. So that really curbed our volunteer support, but that's been building up again. And we have some of our younger volunteers stepping up. And so that's been expanding. So most of our meal deliveries are being provided by our volunteers, but we do also use some of our Mount Adams transportation staff in the event that we need that. And we're able to use, that is an acceptable use under our transportation grants during COVID as well. So, so we're meeting that need by providing a combination of those.
Sharon,
Yeah.
1,000 meals a month, how does that compare to pre-COVID as far as how many meals a month were we doing on average combined?
So, well, yeah, when we look at just compared to January of 2020, it's about 450 more meals a month on average that we're doing. And that was, you know, because at our congregate meal sites, especially Goldendale and White Salmon, we usually had between 70 and 100 seniors that would come to the site. And then we always have had home delivered for homebound seniors. So there's a lot more work to doing it all home delivered and expense, because we obviously are going through a lot more product because we've got to have to-go boxes, and then the frozen meals are ones that we do purchase pre-made that have, because there's a lot of requirements in terms of doing the freezing to freeze ourselves that we just don't have the capacity for that. So there is more expense in terms of buying, you know, those frozen versus us making all the meals for the numbers that would come. But
Who do we buy those from?
Wherever we can find them right now. It's been so early on. We used to primarily source them through, we had a Golden Cuisine as a particular brand that we were using through F Foods, US Foods, but we started having problems with getting quantities from them, and we had resumed also getting quantities from CI, which is Correctional Industries of Washington. They have a whole food program. The problem is we have to pick those up in Vancouver. They won't actually ship here. We have to drive and pick those up. Skamania County it uses them as well and has the same issue. And we're actually looking at another vendor that will drop ship here because we've had issue with CI because they had some shutdown because of COVID. And so there's been some production problems there. So sometimes, you know, too, we've ordered cases just even of just like Healthy Choice frozen meals from the local grocers because we've needed enough to provide to people out at their homes. So, but primarily it's been CI, Correctional Industries. And so, and the one that we're looking at now, it's just there's a really, really large quantity that we have to order from. So we may be talking with Skamania Senior Services because they're having trouble getting meals as well. Hot meals, even during the summer when the pandemic had started, we were having some challenges of just even getting enough grocery food. Usually we purchase those again, like from US Foods, but also from cash and carry and the local grocery stores. And there were limits, you know, in quantities and shortages. And so at that time, that's when we started talking with WAGAP, and they were getting an actual influx of a lot of large quantity items that weren't suitable for doing, you know, kind of individual or family food boxes because they were really large, you know, like 20 pounds of pork. And so we basically, they call us and tell us when they have items, and we're able to go and get food items from them and use, and that's saving us. And especially if we're having difficulty sourcing certain items. So we've actually been getting a lot of stuff from WAGAP too, and a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables to use in the meals, the fresh meals that we're doing.
Okay, good. Commissioner Christopher, you had a question?
Well, I did, but I think either she answered it or I answered it. My question was going to be, so I'm assuming the hot meals you're still producing, say, at the Goldendale Senior Center and boxing them up and then trucking them out from the senior center.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to have a question that has the previous board or senior services, this came up while I was campaigning. Has anybody looked into actually sourcing those hot meals from our local restaurants? But I'm sure the cost would be huge compared to what they can be made for at the senior center. But I thought I'd still throw the question out.
Yeah. I briefly spoke with in Lyle, the cafe there before, in terms of potentially an option for hot meals. The problem again is, the delivery. We're using volunteers primarily to deliver and to be able, for the cost that we're doing the meals. I think it would be a nice way to look at supporting some of those local businesses, especially like if we were talking about some other smaller town areas that maybe have a little restaurant, but it's a bit far out for us from our main kitchens to deliver. And so that could be certainly something I could also talk to ADSWA about, because the Bickleton Cafe is one that we actually our kind of agreement with them has always been, they were doing seniors coming to their special, meal at the cafe there. And then we were reimbursing the cafe owner for the meal.
Right. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about in the outlying areas that we might have trouble getting volunteers going to. At least we're giving some local support to those businesses as well.
Yeah, so that's definitely something I can look into too, to see if there's another way we could look at and talk with some of the little local restaurants about what might be involved in having, a special, like their certain special, and if we had certain people in that vicinity that we could look at some agreement.
I'm just thinking, even if it's one day a week or something, it's going to help those businesses stay open when this is over, when we need them. So I don't know if my seatmates like the idea of looking into that, but I do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So, and in regard to the nutrition program, kind of the update also is that our long-term, nutrition coordinator is retiring. And our longtime cook that has been her backup in that was actually leaving to go to Portland, but has actually decided to stay. So we're moving forward with promoting her into the nutrition coordinator position, because she has the experience and the and knowledge and the working in this, and is very dynamic.
Is this your cook at the Goldendale Center?
Yeah, Jack DeHart, who's at Goldendale, but has actually been at both and helped throughout, the county. And so she is going to go into the nutrition coordinator position. So she'll be training with Cindy. And so we will be looking for her position, but now we need to look on, we were advertising for Goldendale, but we need to advertise for white salmon, because so we do have a position that we are still seeking to fill. But it's great that she is not going to leave the area now, because she is a dynamo. So
yeah, she's not allowed to leave. Tell her that.
yeah. So before it was looking, I was getting a little bit more, I thought I was going to be doing a lot of cooking coming up here soon. And I'm fine with cooking, but I got a lot of other things on my plate. So I'm pretty relieved that Portland was not her cup of tea. So we are looking at that position in terms of openings. The other item that's coming up that I'll have in terms of coming over to the board this next week is a new commuter pass agreement with McHead and In Situ. Basically, it's one that we've had the last 2 years now, and that's where, you know, In Situ buys basically a commuter pass for their employees for riding our fixed route shuttle. And so they're looking at providing $21,000 for purchasing the pass that will come directly to Senior Services Mount Adams Transportation, which will support that fixed route service. The funny thing is they are still moving forward with it, even though the service is suspended right now. And we are also in the midst of waiting, you know, that particular grant ends the end of June. We had applied for another biennium of funding in the last grant cycle, but we don't hear until about April whether we're getting the funding. But it was ranked as an A ranked project in the RTC, you know, the regional transportation rankings, and typically all the A's do get funded, but you never know, especially with how things are kind of crazy right now. But you anticipate being able to have funding for the next 2 years for that. But even if we don't get it, we're getting $21,000 in transportation through those Gorge commuter passes. So that's been reviewed by the PA's office and as approved as to form. So I'll be submitting it for the agenda for Tuesday for the board signature. And there'll be some more discussion regarding the other Gorge pass. It's one that I spoke with our previous full board about back in October of last year. And that's a Gorge pass that's in looking at working with Columbia Area Transit out of Hood River, the Link in the Dalles, Skamania County's transit, and ours, where they're selling bulk passes, which is basically a $30, well, and it may be 40. They haven't decided on the amount, for folks to be able to ride the fixed route transit services with that pass. And they want that pass to be able to, where somebody could buy that pass and ride any of the Gorge area transits with that pass. And the selling point of that for us is that it brings fare revenue. We do not, you know, get much in terms of fare revenue, but they sell a lot of these passes to Portlanders and have been able to generate a lot of revenue before, which they would be looking at providing us again with about $20,000 to go towards our match for our grant. So that decreases the amount of support that we're providing from our county in terms of cash, and benefits our citizens in that somebody in Klickitat County could decide to buy that $30 pass, and you can ride all the way to Portland on that as many times as you want for that $30 pass. And that's again, the amount, there'll be some discussion on that coming a bit later as we get closer to July, because that would be.
I like that because I know here locally, Goldendale area anyway, there's a lot of people looking for rides back and forth to Portland. So this could really come in useful for those people. So yeah, I like the idea.
Yeah. And we're anxious to restart the fixed route service when we can too, because we still get calls every day asking us when that route's going to be running between Goldendale and the Dalles, and obviously also White Salmon and River. So we're we're just hoping that the case counts decline and we can start moving into more normal functions. So the other thing is we are continuing to provide, even though our offices are closed physically to public, we are doing a lot of over the phone, mail, parking lot meetups with the mask and everything to get, equipment. We have a lot of people that need to borrow medical equipment that we have that's been donated, like wheelchairs, walkers, shower chairs, those kind of things. Additionally, we're, the senior PUD discount, we process those for the Klickitat PUD for seniors. And that even, our staff spent a lot of time. I think they've processed over 400 of those applications already. And that runs through May. It's basically a December through May discount. They're also busy with, City of Goldendale has water discount. We process those applications for seniors as well. The other item that's really pretty up in the air is where we're getting a lot of calls on and unfortunately don't have a lot of direct hands-on help we can provide is taxes. Typically, we have sponsored AARP tax aid clinics. One we held specifically, we would typically have at the Pioneer Center in White Salmon. And we had AARP tax aid volunteers that we did the appointments for them. And by appointment, they would do taxes basically from January up to tax day. Obviously, that's not happening because of COVID. And Goldendale, we also assisted with the appointments for that, even though usually they did the actual appointments at the Grange halls. Unfortunately, Goldendale does not have enough volunteers, so they aren't doing it at all. Because of COVID, it's all being basically handled remotely and electronically. The problem with that is we have many seniors and folks that have no computer, no internet, no ability to use that means. So currently the local libraries are offering that they can scan and email items for people. They can call and make an appointment for that. So there is basically a Gorge tax aid email that it's a secure email that people can send it to and they can get assistance with the library. But I don't know, again, we did have a request of whether or not at some point even the ARP tax aid people could provide assistance out of the Pioneer Center again. And, right now we'd indicated we can't because we're closed and we don't know when that's going to change. So you may hear from different, seniors and folks that they're really struggling, but we do have a number of resources. We do have some local tax preparer people. It's not free, but they do, for simple ones, it's not as expensive, but we do have information that we're providing to seniors and trying to help them as much as possible. But it is really difficult because they're used to being able to use the AARP tax aid. And last year, they could take advantage of it for a couple months before everything shut down. But now to not have any of that available and people are really struggling because they can't do the IRS online files. So we are printing, documents for people too, and again, connecting them with the library and trying to help them get it done any way they can. So
I have an off topic that you haven't talked about yet. The senior newsletters. How many people do you have signed up to receive senior newsletters?
1,300.
Okay. It's a good number. I would love to see that number twice as big, but I don't know how we get to that level, but I know there's a lot of seniors in our area that are falling for the fraud stuff, and you guys cover that pretty good in your senior newsletter. And a lot of people that I talk to don't even know you have a senior newsletter. Have
Yeah,
we
and all
done
the-
outreach?
Yeah, we always offer it to anybody we talk to too. And I mean, we simply just get their address and that, and we'll mail it to them. It's also available on our website. So again, a lot of people aren't online. But that's why we actually mail out as many as we do, because most people want the actual physical paper to read. And so, yeah, we have about, it's been 1,300, and we go through that list pretty regularly because we have people that, pass away, and we want to make sure that we're sending out to.
I know we're in a time of COVID, but hopefully as we move along and we get into things like community days some year or the fair some year, we can have a county booth that we could have information like that where people can sign up for that newsletter as well. So just thinking ahead.
Yeah, and usually we do have a booth at the fair, a senior services one, and Mount Adams Transportation, and we've typically done health fairs and that too. But again, with COVID, it's been a little more challenging. But yeah, anybody that wants it, they just need to give us their name and address, and we'll add them to the mailing list. And so if you know of anybody, and somebody can just call us and get added to that right away.
Perfect.
And that is a way that we do get a lot of information out. But a lot of it is word of mouth too, and trying to, and that's one of the things that are, leading to our senior advisory board. We do have a senior advisory board for Klickitat County, and we meet monthly. We're doing that via Google Meet right now, and phone, different members, but we do have 2 vacancies on that advisory board right now. And a lot of the discussion too is how are ways that we can reach out to folks in the different communities and getting the word out, and what are some of the, areas of need. Obviously a common thing that comes up is housing is a big one. It's been an issue on a regular basis, is affordable housing for seniors, especially too in the West End. We tend to find we've got some affordable housing units a bit more in Goldendale, but when we get to kind of the West End and mid part, there's not many accessible, affordable housing options for folks. And so.
Okay.
And then there's a schedule that usually one of you attends our, I think Dave, you're on for March for advisory board. And really appreciate being able to talk to commissioner and get an update on just kind of things that are going on in the county. And there's various items that they have a lot of interest in, and we'll bring up at different times too during those meetings.
Yeah, I've always found it to be really informative, and they are definitely engaged as far as they, which I love. I mean, I love that. It's I've done a couple now in the era of COVID, over the past, which it's a little more subdued than it usually is in person, but not much.
Yeah. And normally we meet in Dallasport at the community center, because that's been a bit more somewhat central for people coming from different areas of the county, but right now, online.
You're saying the 3 commissioners rotate monthly going to that board?
Not monthly, but you guys, there's one that attends a quarter. And I think Lee had sent the schedule out for the year already, and Dave is on for March, and then
it's probably on our calendar. I just haven't.
Yeah. So right now it'll be joining in remotely, but yeah, they will definitely make sure you know what their concerns are. And
so I've been to the senior center over here a number of times, and yes, they will definitely let you know what their concerns are.
They're strong advocates for their point of view.
They are. I miss going over there on Tuesdays.
So just one of the other areas that is, I've been, working with the Area Agency on Aging and Disabilities of Southwest Washington. That's the mouthful, ADSWA, which is one of our main kind of funding sources and grant providers, is challenges with, we have a licensed home care agency, Klickitat County Senior Services has a license with Department of Health, and we have a home care agency and have in-home caregivers that work out in clients' homes in Klickitat County. And we've really struggled back in 2011, the state made a number of changes with some of the training requirements and training availability for new home care aides in the home care setting. And since that time, it's been a real struggle with bringing on new staff. And there's a shortage of providers and services. And there's a challenge statewide and nationally with having sufficient workforce to provide it. But I feel like we've struggled more in our rural county in that, there's so many limited options in terms of, we don't have any assisted livings, nursing facilities, and we have a very few adult family homes within Klickitat County. And a lot of folks, especially that are on Medicaid, and many people end up needing to go on Medicaid because it's so expensive to pay for care, don't have the option of staying, in their community because we don't have those. And then nor they may be able to stay if they have the support with home care services. But we really struggle to find, and even people that have a lot of resources, we're running across that there's, in terms of the options for licensed agencies that can provide the home care services, again, don't have any availability. They have wait lists, they're not serving anybody. So I've been in talks it's been the last couple of years even to try and figure out how we can get some kind of local training program in that for either the home care aid certification or CNAs, certified nurses aides. And both Leslie with the CEO of Klickitat Valley Hospital and I had been working with Columbia Gorge Community College to try and see if they could partner to get something going in the Goldendale area, even where we could even get something in the high school where you have kids that can get some of that training in their senior year and potentially start a healthcare career. We haven't had, with COVID and that, it seems like things have not really made much progress, but that is something that is, really a very high priority item to work on. I have this year is to try and look at some way that we can get more of that workforce developed, because we just regularly, it's a challenge when we have people calling and they're trying to get providers, yet we also have a lot of people that need work. And I think it can be a very good either long-term career or even a stepping stone to other healthcare careers as well. And so that is something that I'm hoping to be able to make some progress on this year. And I know I've talked to Representative Mossbrucker about it as well, to see if there's, and she's, mentioned in terms of if there might be some kind of workforce development grants available too, with COVID, and that we might be able to access some support, but we really struggle to meet the needs. We have a waiting list for people to get home care services because there are.
Have you had a conversation with Richard Foster over at Economic Development? I mean, workforce development, that's a program.
I have not. I can talk.
That would be a good thing. We could have a conversation with it. He's been successful with some other programs for workforce development. And this, I mean,
Okay.
there's need, and there may be a way to put a program together where we could do the training, bring the trainers in, train, get, as far as for the CNAs, maybe provide that. And it could even be for folks that are, family members that are gonna take care of family, a person in their home, that, to be able to qualify, then they've got to have the training and be certified. And
Well, and that was, KBH, Leslie, because they're in need of CNAs, especially in terms of, their plan to try and do the long-term care. Now, granted, I know in terms of their levy, that's made a change with some of that, but they had that need for workforce and could be a clinical site. We just can't seem to get any more movement with Columbia Gorge Community College, even though they'd indicated a big interest in it. They tend to keep getting focused on Oregon, and we're like, no, Washington has different, requirements. And just, I have spoken with a couple of people with Work First, and some pilot programs, and the state even has a program that they piloted at another high school in the West Side for the HCA. And so, I'll connect with Richard.
Yes.
If there's any way we can get that, because I feel like there's a lot of folks just even that don't know really what they want to do, and they might be able to do some work in home care and fill that need and kind of figure out what they're planning and earn a decent income. And
okay. Well, I got to step across the street when we get done here anyway. And I'll visit with Richard if he's still in the office too.
Okay.
Kind of set you up.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I do also have, I have an updated Washington State Department of Transportation vehicle inventory form and transit asset management plan that I have to update, or regulatory updated paperwork.
Yay!
Submitting to the board for your exciting review, and as part of our requirement with our WASDOT grants. And then I also I have to do an update to our cost allocation plan, which will then be, I'll get on your agenda to review with you for approval and signature, because that is suggested that we do that on a regular basis by the auditors. So I don't know if you have any other questions on some of our programs and budget and services, just in terms of, I guess one of the things, the budget for senior services, the county's cash support is about 24% of our overall, because we're about $2.5 million budget. And so about 24% of that is cash support that comes from solid waste revenues. That money basically matches the other grants. So it's in terms of leveraging additional supports and services for Klickitat County. But what doesn't get reflected in that overall dollar amount is basically the in-kind support that the county is providing, which isn't reflected, which has been estimated at about $300,000. That would be, looking at probably an update to that in terms of the in-kind, because it was based on what the square footage of office space and that were provided. The Pioneer Center and the kitchen and dining room and office space there, and then we have our office in Goldendale as well. And so that was estimated about $300,000, but that's not been updated probably for about 6 years or so. So the rest is, grants and what we call, or fee for service contracts. And many of our contracts with the area agency are a cost reimbursement with a limit, and we do provide match for those. And there's about 40 employees in the senior services department. The bulk of those are out in the field. In terms of, we have our office staff, but the bulk of, about 30 of those employees are drivers and caregivers and nutrition staff.
Okay. Any questions for Sharon?
No, I got all mine out of the way she was going there.
No. I would just update. I did have my ADSWA orientation and attended my first COG
meeting.
Commissioner Cothran runs a very efficient meeting as far as you can. I had been warned about that. I know him anyway through WASAC, and it is you move things. I mean, there is no there's not even a pause for discussion. It's you just move through because it was a very packed agenda, and I thought, wow, they're going to get all this done, and we did, because it's just move through it. That's, you better do all your homework before, because there's not a
there's usually good packets that come out.
Oh yeah, it was, which I had read all my stuff, so it was good. But they definitely it's a lot of material. So I have done that, so I'm getting up to speed on all things.
Yeah, they've had changes, substantial changes there, because they have a new executive director. David Kelly retired, and although Reardon is long time, he's very knowledgeable about the programs and services, and I think he was a good choice.
Yeah, seems like. So lots of institutional knowledge there. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, then.
Okay.
I guess. All right. Well, thank you, Miss Carter, and
thank you.
Keep up the work as far as the. Although I had one other comment on the $300,000 match. That doesn't really count, because I have been told multiple times that really the Pioneer Center belongs to the seniors, and they just let us use the rest of the building.
Hang up.
You do know that, yeah.
Oh yes. I remember during the I'll call it the band wars, when we were the poor Sharon was had to be bad. I would go bad cop too, over when they had the music so loud that health department upstairs, they were seeing clients, and you couldn't even carry on a conversation.
It shakes, yeah.
It would literally shake the building. And so it was like, we gotta dial us down a little bit. Boy, that was not.
No, yeah.
They're
missing that. They're missing their dancing a lot.
They are.
Yeah. It is very quiet compared to normal.
So no.
Yeah, Marianne Voigt passed away. She was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was very key into. We received a lot of donations for nutrition support from family members of hers after she passed away. I think this past September, but she was very key in.
Oh yeah.
Pioneer Center.
Oh yes.
For the senior center portion of that, and yeah. No, they are very vocal about that. They think that's the senior building.
The senior building, and they let us have that health department upstairs. And don't they remember? Everybody needs to know their place.
Yes. Yeah.
It's 2 hours with the music. Come on, people. So, All right. We
Only
work
twice a week, right?
only twice. Right. Just send all the employees home. Come on.
Yeah, don't worry about court and all that stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah, there was court too. It's like, well, you want to go have a discussion with the judge. That's
You can't hear.
yeah. Although, all right. Well, thank you, Sharon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know. Okay. We're still running a little ahead. I don't know if Casey, it's probably a little early for her to even be on the call. We got other business, so we got consent and we can pay some bills if we want. Anybody have any issues with consent?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 10 items.
I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passes. Okay, we can pay bills if we want.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the accounts payable number 303791 through 303859 for a total of $253,101.23 for the date ending February 8th, 2021.
I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the bills. Any discussion? Hearing or seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we have some pay estimates and a change order, it looks like.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve pay estimate number 1 final to ASET Inc. in the total amount of $10,762.90, which does not contain retainage for the Klickitat County Jail Intercom Repairs Project C19720. As well as pay estimate. I can do the other one too, right? Okay.
I did have a motion and a second. That's pay estimate number 1 final. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And we will move on to our next one.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion for pay estimate number 3 to Justice Systems Corp. in the amount of $26,839.34, which includes sales tax at 7.5%, $2,012.95, and retainage in the amount of $1,341.97 for a total payment amount of $27,510.32 for the Klickitat County Jail Control System Upgrade 2020 C28420.
I'll second that one.
You can do the change order. I have a motion and a second on pay estimate number 3 to Justice System Corp. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Well, then I'd make a motion that we accept the change order number 65, contract C03120 for the Klickitat County Services Building in the amount of $61,558.97, which reflects the removal of the access controls on the doors as noted on the narrative and drawing distributed by TVA in PR05 and PR10. Yep.
I will second the motion.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second. This is change order number 5 on the County Services Building. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passed. Okay, I see it. Okay, Case says Casey's in the Zoom now. So next, the Casey Sheridan, Human Resources Manager, request for verbal authorization to begin the advertising process to fill a vacant corrections officer's position within the sheriff's office jail division. Are you there, Casey?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am just requesting a verbal authorization to be able to start posting for a corrections officer position within the sheriff's office in the jail. One of our corrections corporals was promoted to the juvenile department as a juvenile probation counselor. And so now there is a vacancy within the jail. And so they are requesting to start advertising and go through the process with civil service and to be able to get some applications and have them test and fill the position. It would be a corrections officer step 1 at $19.71 per hour. And that's, is there any questions?
Questions? No, doesn't appear to be.
No, unless the board wants to tell this person that they're not allowed to transfer, which I know them, so I'm willing to make that motion, but they probably wouldn't like me if I did.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay,
All right.
very
I'm
good.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You got 3 guesses.
Okay,
Thanks, Casey.
thank you very much. Mhm.
Okay. Next up is the prosecuting attorney, but we are running almost a half an hour ahead. Let me see. Oh, no, I see.
He's on.
Al, are you available now?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to cover a couple things. So the criminal dockets have been proceeding. We still have those trials scheduled for March 17th. We've dwindled down to about 21 cases at this point. So still a lot of work to do, but we're extremely proud. We got a resolution on one of our higher priority cases last week, State versus Anthony Hook, cause number 19-10021-20. He did end up pleading guilty as charged last week to child molestation, as well as several counts of possession and dealing and depictions of a minor in sexual conduct in the first degree. This is a product of a lot of really hard work by the Golden Police Department, primarily Corporal Leo Lucatero, with the support of his administration staff, as well as my Chief Deputy, David Wall. I applaud the work, as well as some contributions with some of the search warrant issues from my Deputy Samantha Gobea. So very excellent work. The investigation, this case has been going on for a couple of years now, including the investigation, charging. At one point he was charged. Then he ended up in Tennessee facing charges there. After he is sentenced here, he'll be transported to Department of Corrections and then most likely transported back to Tennessee. But it's that great investigation that was done by the Golden Police Department, supported in conjunction with our office. So there was really close cooperation, and covered a lot of additional materials that led to a lot of those charges in the state of Tennessee. Even though it could be argued that some of the charges he's facing there are less serious, he's looking at significantly more time under the Tennessee sentencing grids than he's looking at here. He's looking at a sentence about 11 years on the mid-range point for the sentence here, and then supervision, then transfer to the state of Tennessee. So I just want to applaud my staff and then the Golden Police Department on that excellent work that was done there. These are extremely difficult cases, as you can imagine, for the families involved, for the actual victims, the families of the victims, and then for the law enforcement and then the prosecutors. These are not easy cases to process and digest, and the materials to go through the discovery process of the interviews. So I'm, as elected, I'm extremely pleased at the work that was done on law enforcement on my office on that. So we're quite proud of the result we achieved there, the convictions as charged. We have not received any word if the trial dates in March will be continued. It's my hope that we'll be able to coordinate some way of getting at least some trial work going, so we can, again, everything's been in flux, as you gentlemen are well aware. So we still have, as of yet, have not been able to return to full charging policies that we had for years, but like just about every other county, we're all trying to, we're still, struggling to get a handle on this. There is a topic that either at the end of the agenda today or perhaps at a set time next week, I want to discuss a couple of matters of pending litigation, but it would require an executive. So I'm not going to ask for that now because of the, the complexities of trying to get people in and off the line and so forth. So I'll be happy to, in open session, entertain any questions or comments. I'll be happy to try to address those.
No, I would like to thank your staff and the Goldendale Police for their investigation and the way they handled the search warrants. I heard about it. I'm ecstatic at the good job you guys did on that. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. The digital evidence collection has been a real priority the last few years. And we have a younger deputy, Samantha Gabea. She's kind of the primary lead on the district court on the misdemeanor level, but she's very bright. She hopes someday to be in the FBI. I'm hoping to keep her for a few more years. But I've actually sent her to training in Alabama a couple of times, put on by the FBI in coordination with the digital team housed out of the King County Prosecutor's Office. The resources they have are quite something. And so there's been a lot of resources, a lot of training on digital evidence collection. I mean, that is, just about every case nowadays has an aspect of, think of the wealth of materials and information on anyone's phone. So, getting that training up and trying to, embrace some of the techniques of the 21st century and the information technology for evidence collection, even on your run-of-the-mill domestic violence case or trafficking charge, can provide essential information for some of these obviously charges involving child pornography and depictions, and it's absolutely essential to have a firm handle on the digital evidence and the very high standards set for getting those warrants. There's usually steps of warrants, warrants to get the phone, warrants to get in the phone, warrants to the process. It's as you can expect, the Supreme Court, starting dealing with this about 7-8 years ago, we recognize the extremely sensitive nature of our phones nowadays. They are, the combination of our wallets, our portfolios. Everything about us are in these phones. So you have to show quite a bit in order to really get into those things. But they are just think of everything that's on your phone. If you got something to hide, we can get at it. So it's a very good resource, and that training pays off in cases like this. And again, Corporal Lucatero was very receptive, very eager to follow through. There was never an issue with follow through at all. So I know he had the full support of his administration. So we really do appreciate that.
Okay. Excuse me. Any other questions or comments for the prosecutor?
I'm in favor of going into executive session here in a little bit since we're ahead of schedule. So I'd like to get it done since, we are ahead, but I'd like to get everything else.
I have a couple of quick questions in board pending. Take 2 minutes and then I'm ready to go to executive.
Yeah. Would that be all right, Prosecutor Cannell?
I defer to your schedules, gentlemen.
Yeah, no, we're running ahead, so it would be good. So we can do that. If you can, I guess what we'll do then is let's go ahead and move into board pending. You said you got a couple issues, and then we can come back with the prosecutor and go into executive session.
First question, has the county looked into hiring a county grant writer to help with various departments? If we have, where are we at with that? What was the findings of the past board in doing that?
I would say we have talked about it before. The issue was the paying for it, and that we do have lots of grant writers in the different departments that have been really successful. We have lots of grant writers now. They're just sort of distributed throughout the departments. So in the past, I think the idea was, well, unless we, we have, other than it's the workload on those folks in those departments, but quite often, they're writing grants in their department that are kind of specific to that are available, like I'm thinking of the road department or things like that, health department, stuff like that. So,
Right. Well, I understand it would be, you know, essentially hiring another staff, but if you can get enough state grants to counteract those wages, I don't know. I mean, that was my curiosity. If we've talked to those other departments, if other departments think we're missing opportunities or not, was just an idea I thought I'd throw out there.
The issue that and it comes down to it, you can't just be a grant writer and write a grant, all the different ones. So you could have somebody that facilitates it, but I don't think there's the true value in that.
Okay, next question. Earlier today, we were talking about bad wells. It was brought up northwest of Goldendale, and Jake took the lead on these. So I was hoping you could give me a little better description on what entails that area northwest of Goldendale that had some water issues, let's say.
So we don't know for a fact there's water issues northwest of Goldendale. There's been people that have discussed issues potentially out by Thompson Road, going out 142 way out there at the end. I have one well that I know of that's been declining out there for quite some time. It could be, you know, pumping, but it's more likely the fact that they went and put an entire set of trees out in an old field. And so those trees are sucking up the water in that little area. As you go further west from there, it's one of the areas that I hope that we'll have Whitney focusing on this next year. The other area that somebody recently mentioned was near Spring Creek, west of Goldendale, but from all of my years of measuring out there, it's a fractured system that is determined on snow and snow melt for a lot of it, you know, because it comes down off the mountain. And so it has a pretty high fluctuation just regularly between spring and fall. So we need to look into it more, but it's still something that would be a multi-year process before we could say that truthfully. It's not like the high prairie thing is I have year over year of declines among multiple wells that just keep declining. And the reason there could be most likely it's a well that was deepened and it wasn't cased properly. And so you're dumping all that water from one aquifer into a lower one. Another simple reason is the Dillicourt Canyon, a rock could have moved down in the canyon and that could have released all that water just into the Dillicourt. So we tried to track it down, spent a lot of time and effort doing it, weren't able to. And then again, though, there's the water mining on the east end of the county, but that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Perfect. Thank you, sirs.
Okay.
Mine for board pending. We didn't talk about it last week, but it is our applications for our committees and getting that on the website and going. What was holding us up before was Ibby was out, but with Ibby being back, I think we need to get that moving. And did we pass the resolution already?
No, sirs, the application, or excuse me, the resolution has not been passed. If you guys are ready to move forward, it can go on next week's agenda. Everything has been posted on the county website in a draft form, so it is there for you to view.
So I believe the resolution is on the prosecutor's desk to look over, if I'm right. And I don't know if you would want to look at the application as well, just to make sure we're not doing anything wrong. But yes, when he signs off, I think we've all signed off and we're ready to officially sign off.
Yeah, I think we need to get, because we've got several vacancies on these boards and we've agreed to kind of what our process is going to be. And we need to get going, because as we had heard earlier, we've got some time frame, you know, the time is getting tight on some of these, that we need to get these positions filled. So we need to
It would be nice if we can get it all signed off on next week.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anything else? I don't really have anything I can live without at this point. So, okay, so we will go back to time with the prosecuting attorney. If Mr. Cannell, if you are available now, I'll announce the executive session. Okay. All right, we will go into executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110 paren I for pending litigation. How long would you anticipate?
I think 10 minutes if we can start there.
Okay. And just for folks on the phone or Zoom, no decisions can be made in executive session. Anything would have to be done in session. We don't have anything else on our agenda after this, but you're welcome to come back in 10 minutes and check in with us. I will start the clock once our screens are clear. I would ask folks to leave the meeting. Ooh, I'm getting
There's
bigger.
4 more. They're getting deleted one
They're
at a
getting
time.
there.
And does Lee need to stop the record button on this too?
Yes.
Yes.
Good call.
Yep. All right.